I said, don't concentrate power on one person. I said it critically then. Don't concentrate power on one person. If you do this, you are going to have another situation of Madam Oyibo and all of that. You must make sure that you diffuse power and make sure that you don't make somebody so powerful, because Nelly issue came up that time and all of that. That was what I said, and that meeting led. So my mind was that everything was fine, and of course we're just coming, and that was the criteria, the reason why I decided to put my mind into this, supporting Simon, and all of you can bear me witness. I was supporting and talking about him, and I was promoting everything. I never bothered to know what is going on. I just believed that he came genuinely and he was going to do these things genuinely, according to how we have discussed. Now in July, of course, after May, June, July, August, I began to ask questions in the media team. In fact, everybody in the media team was asking, but we said we're going to have accountability. They are not giving us reports. They are not giving us reports. Gaddafi was asking. Everybody there, including 247 that came today to run his mouth, to say that I'm a criminal, that they give me money, this one is giving me money, and that is giving. I'll come to his matter, because I know all those people, they are just two-faced and they just talk anyhow. Anyways, he will prove to me who gave me money and what money I've collected. So now, we now begin to ask questions. Now, Umuada too, Madam Ifi and Co were telling Azuka. And of course, let me tell you something. When the account was open, I later discovered that when the account was open, she never gave them, they never knew what was happening. They just discovered that there was an account suddenly. And she came to announce to them that there's an account. Now, in that account, her husband is a signatory. She is presiding over it. She disburses funds. She takes the details and all of that. She does everything. No other person gets any detail of how much has been left and how much goes out, how much comes in. She only had ally who is Erewa also and all of that, and they were all doing these things together. And when they started complaining there, they brought the issue to us in the autopilot media. We were angry. We said, why? These women, what you agreed was that these funds would definitely be made open to every woman. If you are trusting yourself, then you should be able to trust the women who came around you and who are bringing people to contribute, and they are also contributing the monies. So you must make sure that you trust everybody as you trust yourself. You can't say that in a nation. It's just like in the zoo, for instance, Nigeria. The president says he trusts himself and he doesn't trust any other person. The other people should not, they shouldn't know anything about the monies. Or you say that one of the governors in the southeast. Now, some of you are talking about, okay, let me forget about that. Now, you said one of the governors is saying to the people, we're not going to give you a report, Auditor General or the auditor of the state. Don't come and audit. We already have information about the account. We know what is in the account. Nobody should ask questions. It doesn't make sense. This is a nation. This is not an organization. This is not a family meeting. So now she opened the account, and I believe I can confirm until she comes to prove me otherwise that account belonged to the husband. She opened the account. There was no IPO. Of course, if you want to open a corporate account, you must use a company. Now, if it's a company account, then it simply means that there are going to be documents that proves that this is a company. But that account was opened on a personal basis. Now she opened that account. She also secretly opened another account in Nigeria, which is her personal account run by one lady there. I've forgotten her name, whether Chichi or so. And all of that, yes. Now these accounts were running simultaneously. It was later the women now discovered that there is a particular account like that. She never told them initially. It was later they discovered. And when they brought these issues to me, I went to the media team. I said, come, we agreed that there should be a regular joint session where we're going to be analyzing and looking at issues of finances. Why? Because if I am coming to show my face on media, talking about money and talking about transparency and saying that this time around we are sincere, we are whiter and whiter than snow, then I must know what is happening. Because if anything happens in the end, and it will be that we all are part of the criminality. So this is what we have to avoid. We decided to hold meetings. And of course, in the meeting session, we have some people, I know them, they will record it as we are discussing, they will try, put the speaker to somebody else. Of course, I don't care. I tell them in the meeting, it's not a secret court. I am not hiding anything. If you call the people to call Simon, call Azuka, I will tell them the same thing in their face. So it is not about me. It's about transparency and seeing that we don't fail again. So now, in August or so, they were having these issues with the women and all of that. They decided to now come to the autopilot media to report the issue because they were complaining about these issues. And I said to them, of course, when they came into the meeting, I said to them that we are going to resolve this thing, but we must go with a plan. We must find, and we must bring Azuka to come and tell us how come you had a meeting, an agreement with women that you are going to, you're going to make everything transparent. And suddenly you now started, they now join you, and now you alone can trust yourself alone to give accounts of everything auto for expenditure, expenses. Okay, expenditure and expenses are the same thing. And of course, everything, you alone will know the details, but every other woman is not qualified because you don't trust them. How come in a nation, you alone can be trusted, other people cannot be trusted? I started asking questions. That is how the issue began. That is how, they started looking for my location. Well, that is another story for another day. That's how they started wanting to know where I am, sending people like Gaddafi to trace me where I am, to know where I am, and of course try to all of that. So now this thing started. Now, when we came to the autopilot media, when we tried to resolve these things, when Madam Ifi and Maureen and a lot of that brought these issues to us, we now decided that we are going to hold a meeting with, we now decided that Pastor Livingstone was going to talk to Azuka. And then after we have told them to go, we now decided that Akarawa was going to go to Madam Ifi and co discuss with them so that we can bring the two teams and the two parties together and then discuss and go have a way forward. But suddenly, that was the end. The next thing we heard was sack. These ones have been sacked and sacked. I was very uncomfortable with that. I told them in autopilot, I was the only one standing, telling them there that what is happening is not right. But everybody was, of course, what they do is they will talk and talk and talk. So, but when Azuka comes, they will be hailing her. So there was a hypocrisy in the whole of the autopilot media, and I knew that these guys are not serious. I knew, but I was just working, anyways, and they can come and defend what I'm saying and see if I'm not. They had recordings. Gaddafi always record people when he's discussing with people, and other people to record. Now, when these things got to the climax, suddenly I started receiving calls from men on ground. These are men that Simon Ekpa himself was introduced to. This man, he doesn't even know details of the ESN. He doesn't know any of them. When he came in, he didn't know any of them. It is these same people that were telling him about themselves, and this same Madam Ifi and co that were showing him to the ESN. Now, these people who showed you to the ESN, you that just came into the system, you don't even know any of these ESN members. You are now coming to say that these people are fake and criminals. Where does that happen? Now, let me tell you what happened in that regard. Let me tell you what, if you have a sincere heart and you have a God-given heart, you listen to my voice and hear the truth so that we can know that unless you don't want a nation, unless you want corruption, you want to leave Nigeria and get into a system that is worse than Nigeria, because that is what I saw. We have empowered Simon so much that he has become an emperor, and he and Azuka just do whatever they want to do and all of that. And I will tell you, friends, I will warn you, tomorrow you will go back to this, my voice message, if you don't listen to me today, because you guys are always, let me not say that. So now let's go on. Now, when this thing was getting worse, I started receiving, of course, some of these men on ground have friends and relationship. You don't say who contacts men on ground or don't contact men on ground. Do you know if I have a relationship with any of them before you ever came in? You don't know, because if they are my friends, they will talk to me. Now, let me tell you, some of them were calling me. Some of them were calling Pastor Livingstone. And let me bring this to your notice. Every action you see Pastor Livingstone take and everything he came to speak, anytime he came to speak about them, he didn't take that decision on his own. He took that decision under the auspices of the think tank, which Simon is also a part of the WhatsApp platform, where his name is there. He comes to the meetings. We came there to tell us to do the constitution. He came there to tell us to do the code of conduct. We gave the code of conduct. He came out there to tell us to prepare. Okay, we decided to prepare the anthem and all of that and presented to him. He was so happy. He came on social media to tell you people that these things are ready. Who did them? The think tank group. So when issues now come of transparency, you begin to brand that think tank a group, then something is wrong. That is why I want reasonable Biafrans to think critically here, because you must be critical. Mazi have told us that if I go down on Biafra, if you are close to me, shoot me down. So nobody can be spared. There's no sacred cow in this thing. And that's why you see me talking confidently here right now. And I'm setting this pace because I see that I need to set this pace before we continue this discussion. Now, when these complaints were coming, some of them were calling Madam Ifi, and of course, they started even going into groups. Now, let me tell you something. ESN was now decentralized and rubbished. There was no structure. It was divided. You face this one. You face this one. There was no central command unit where there should, just like how Mazi Namikano did it. You know why? Because corruption. Anytime you see that there's a diffusion in the context of we are professionals who have worked on boards. We have operated, so we know all of this stuff. We came into this thing prepared. We came with the mind of professionalism, with the intelligence God have given to us, and the ability to checkmate everything that comes. So I didn't come here to just come and play all these games and let's move forward. No, if you are not ready for your freedom, you better sit down. If you are not ready for your freedom, you better stay in Nigeria. Because if you get Biafra in this kind of mindset, you will mess yourself up and it will be worse than Nigeria. I'm telling you, Biafrans. And tomorrow you're going to play my voice. You will beg, you will say, oh, I wish. But I'm talking to you right now. Those of you who are just talking about gossips and all of that. Now listen. Now when these men were complaining, and complaining, I just kept bothered. In fact, many of them were complaining to Juliet. Many of them were complaining to Victor. Sometimes Victor will get through to me. I want to get to Simon. Please, how do I get to Simon? And all of that. And so many things were happening. So many complaints. None of you, we didn't come to the public to tell you anything. Because we know that we need to resolve things internally. You don't need to know what is happening internally. We don't need to come publicly to you to tell you anything because it's unnecessary. It's like destroying the whole thing we are doing and all of that. And now, of course, Simon comes to air to tell us that 150 days going and all of that. We started counting. These men were not ready. Nothing on ground. Did you see any enforcement of that stuff? What happened after? Let me ask you guys questions. What happened after the 150 days? Did anything happen? Reason. Think very well. Nothing happened. So that means the men on ground. Who do you want to bring? Do you want to go and bring Finland military to come and enforce sit at home or lockdown? No, it is the men on ground. And none of them, only few ones that have been chosen to form their personal militia that were functioning. Every other person was not functioning. And one success, who is not even a commander, started presiding over commanders. People who are professionals, who have been in this thing with Mazi Namikano. Somebody who is just because he's from the village of Simon, now begins to command men. Now, what are you trying to put there? In a military formation, you bring somebody who is not a commander, and because of relationship and all of that, you bring him to begin to command people. You have rubbished the whole process. So now this brought division and all of that. There are so many things I was going to say along that line. Now let me tell you something. Of course, my intention is that things should go on fine and fine. So what I try to do is try to, sometimes they even say, why am I behaving like this? When Miffy tells me some stuff and Maureen tells me some stuff, they'll say, I'll tell them, please calm down. Maybe Simon has his strategy. Simon has what he's doing. Just allow him. Simon knows that I am his henchman. If you don't know what henchman means, that means a strong supporter. Simon knows that. I support him. Most of the writings he put on his platform as a spokesperson from the office of the spokesperson, some of them, I wrote them personally to him. I wrote them. He tells me to write them. I write them. When he gives me an order, I do it. So why would I turn against him if there is no reason? I would turn against you if you begin to go against the precepts and the principles. That is me. I am not corrupt, and I swear it. If I'm doing anything here because of selfish end, may I not gain anything in this life. May I die wretched. May my children and me die young, and may my generations to come die young. If I came here for money or for anything that is for personal self, if that is what I came for, I speak this. But if that is not what I came for, these people who are sabotaging, it will go to them. Now, let me continue. Now, along the line, we had, of course, we got into January. We now had a situation. Suddenly, of course, I am in the advisory board. Someone put me there. He put me also in the, in the the Alliance Oduduwa and Biafra, and of course, I'm also in the, I think about 5 committees. Of course, I can remember now, including the think tank, which he knows and is very aware of.
Mazi, can I explain something here? Can I come in, please? Sorry, because
okay,
somebody is saying to me, because I've been hearing them saying that, and why are they contacting you? I just want them to understand that from the beginning, the Umadas, we are taking charge of welfare of these men. From the beginning, I have been there with them. From the beginning, they have been contacted. We have been in privilege to be contacting to know their welfare. So please, this thing that you guys are talking about.
Okay, so let me quickly round off. Yes, thank you. Just leave them. We have people who naturally they can't reason. They have to they can't process information. No matter what you say, they'll keep saying what they're going to say until their eyes clear. You now see how they're going to turn against that situation. So let's leave it. So when this issue began, of course, under the auspices of the advisory board, the people who form this advisory board, the people who are members of this advisory board constitute Pastor Victor, Adim, Ngozi, Orabweze, Ruby, Nadi, Ogechukwu, and then we have some other people and all of that. Now, as of course, in that place, they do what they can do and all of that. Now, there came to a critical situation about currency. Now, suddenly we heard that there's a G5 carved out from that team that was that advisory board. And this G5 decided now to go and have a secret meeting to decide on the currency. And in that decision, they made a decision that Simon, Azuka, Ngozi, Oge, and some other people, they will have their faces on the currency. On the currency. Now, when that decision was taken, Pastor Victor now called me, said, Kelechi, we have decided on the issue of the currency, and we want you to give us a graphic design on that, blah, 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 blah. But these are the faces of the people who have decided to have their faces alongside Mazi Namikano, Philip Effiong, and Ojukwu. We have these other people. He now called out the names, and he now called out the names to me. I said, what? I said, you guys want to destroy everything we have built on putting your faces on the currency? What about this guy who set himself ablaze, for Biafra? What about those people who have died, people like Opigo and all those people who have died? What about the woman who started the About women riots in 1929? What about these people who have died? These check nations, the currency of nations, if you see faces there, they are faces of people who have gone, but are well known, who have done something great. Why would you people begin to put your faces there? Pastor Victor told me that, well, they have decided that they are not going to put any face of old people. They want to put faces of these people here because they have sacrificed, they have given the ultimate sacrifice. I now asked him a question. If you want to say I'm lying, let him come on social media to tell me I'm lying. And I asked him a question. I said, what ultimate sacrifice have Azuka paid? He said, don't I see how Azuka have gathered Umada? And I said in my mind, is it 3 women or 4 women that he has gathered? That is how he has gathered Umada. And I said, okay. And what ultimate sacrifice have Ngozi paid? He said, see how Ngozi is working. What can we do if Ngozi is not working like this? I shook my head. I said, Lord have mercy. Now I said, what other sacrifice have Oge done? He said, Oge is contributing so much. Don't I see how Oge is giving money? I said, hello, sir. This thing will not work. We want to destroy everything we want to do, and we're going to do now. And if we want to destroy it, if we go this way, everything will go down and everything will be destroyed. And he said, well, they have decided on, but anyways, he's going to go back and propose, and tell them about the names I talked about, but they have decided. I said, good, no problems. So when he dropped, I decided to call Pastor Livingstone, but he was busy on call. So I called Prince. I said, sir, look at what's going on. This is what I'm hearing. These people want to destroy what you are doing and all of that. How can they propose their faces? You know why currency is the face of the economy of any nation. If you want to make a decision on currency, you have to make wider consultations. You don't just come and stand up and one group of people just and all of that. And when I talked with them and all of that, Pastor Livingstone started calling in. I now brought him into the call. I told him and one other woman, Mama there, and we came in and I was telling them what they said. What? This is very dangerous. That we have to get. If they're not concerned, would they say we should get Simon to be part of the meeting? They were very concerned. They said we have to get someone into this thing so that we can tell him, so that we don't get ourselves to crash before these people go public and start making some stuff. That is how I sent a message to Simon and told him. And somehow he came to the meeting. We had a meeting. We discussed. We now told him what is on ground. When we told him what's on ground, he got angry with me. He said, why would I bring another issue from another committee to this committee? And I said, sir, I call him sir. Of course, I'm older than him now, far older than him now. Doctor, you should respect people for God's sake. I call him sir every moment. Every statement I make, I call him sir because I respect him as a leader, at least as a leader, in place of Mazi Namikano. And then I said to him, I said, sir, this agreement was not done under the auspices of the advisory board. There is a group that came out of the advisory board that called themselves G5. They made the decisions. They only called me to give me information about it and what they want to do and want me to make a design. And I told them it's wrong. He was even shocked that there was something called G5. He didn't even know there was something called G5. So you can imagine the impunity. He himself didn't know there was G5. I was informing him for the first time. And after that, we now talked. He said, okay, he's going to talk to them. And all. I think we are going to be having a meeting on the advisory board the next day, which is Monday or so. This meeting happened on a Sunday, on the 8th or so, Sunday. And then the next day, we're supposed to have advisory board meeting. We had the meeting. And the first thing Pastor Victor said in that meeting was, all these gossips, that means referring to me that I'm gossiping for God's sake. Do you know the meaning of gossip? Check your dictionary and find the meaning of gossip. For the fact that people bring up issues that are very critical to and fundamental to a particular system does not mean they are gossiping. Don't bring sentiments into matters, for God's sake. Let's be reasonable. Now, he now made that statement there, that gossip and all of that. I just laughed. I just said laughing. I didn't make any statement there because I don't need to. And they said all they have said, and he was defending why the faces must be there. And all of them were defending their faces on there. And then later, Simon came into the meeting. We talked about other things and all of that. In fact, in that meeting, one of them was asking Simon, where is the stronghold of ESN? And I wanted to even send me a private message. Please don't respond to this because I expect him to be careful about this. How can somebody who wants your interest ask what is his business with the stronghold of ESN? Where does ESN have their strongest hold. This guy was saying this thing in that meeting. Where is the stronghold of ESN? Okay, his name is Oge. He was saying, where is the stronghold of ESN? And Simon replied him and told him about it, which I cannot say here now. And I was shocked. Even when we brought him to the meeting the next day, I said, Mazi Simon, this thing was wrong for you to have responded. He said, actually, what he said was not the real thing. He just covered. For God's sake, you tell him, please keep this short. Anyways, let's go on. Let's go on. Please, nobody should call me. Please, nobody should call me. I have to. It's a serious business.
Can you let somebody else talk?
Now, let me finish this matter. Now, this is where the whole problem started. Now, as soon as I was able to tell Simon about this matter of the currency, suddenly the next day they removed my name from the advisory board. Who removed my name? Emmanuel Maduabom. He's the chairman of the board, but he removed my name. I sent him a message. I said, "Sir, why did you remove my name from the board?" He said, "He didn't respond." I called him. When I called him, he said that they didn't tell me when they put my name, so they shouldn't tell me when they removed the name. And I just chuckled inside of me, and I said, but now I know that I am here. Of course, before you remove me, I should be in the meeting where you make decisions. And then I didn't want to go into argument with him and all of that. And he said to me, well, he's going to go back. And my take was this. So you didn't know the reason why I was removed. You only removed me. And now you want to go back to find out why I was removed. I called Simon there that day, but he was in the program. So I didn't, that was when he was sick. Do you know that when Simon was sick, I was the one calling. I called Pastor Livingstone. I called some other people. I said, we need to set up a prayer team so that we will pray for Simon. And it was Pastor Livingstone. When I called Pastor Livingstone, he said, God, Lord have mercy. We are already in the same, he was thinking of that same thing. We now constituted a prayer team. We started praying for him. If we hated him, are we going to do that? We were praying for Simon when he was sick. And we're praying, even when on the advisory board stuff, I tell him, please, you don't need to broadcast now. Please stay away from broadcast. We were advising him and giving all of these details. Now, sorry, please, my panel, because I need to set this thing straight so that people will understand. Then we can go on from there. In the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes, I'll be through. Now, later, I saw my Ngozi. Now, let me tell you something. Now, along the line, after that meeting with Simon, the next day, I got an intel about Ngozi Orabueze sponsoring Fulanis. Remember, Ngozi comes to my platform. When she comes, she will support Fulani. She will tell you how Fulani is good. And sometimes you hear her talking about Nigeria, calling all of us Nigerians. And we keep correcting her on this platform that we are not Nigerians. She will keep insisting we are Nigerians. And then one day she came and was talking about Islam, saying Islam is a religion of peace, that she consulted 4 imams. And they told her that Islam is a religion of peace. And we confronted her in that program. So I've been having my doubt about her because, of course, from what people say and what people do, you have the ability. God looks in the heart. We look on the outward appearance. So it is what you dish to us that we actually use as information to research on you. So along the line, I got an information that she owns a WhatsApp group that she opened in 2001 February or so, 2021 February, which supports and sponsors politicians in the North. In that platform, they were congratulating her. I have all the evidences. So if any day I have time to give evidences, I will show you guys. They were congratulating her. She was sponsoring some Fulani's House of Representatives and all of that in this election. Now, we were saying no election. She was sponsoring election. Now, we now call Simon. We now sent a message to him that there's a fire on the mountain. We now called him for a meeting the next day again and told him, see what is happening now. Ngozi, blah, blah, blah. He now excused it. He said she's just there to gather information. And I was wondering, how is she gathering information? This group was opened in 2021, and it is her organization registered. I mean, opened in 2021 February before she joined the movement around November or so last year, or October, I can't remember. Now, if she's there as an intelligence person receiving information, how is she sponsoring Fulanis for election? How is she so that they will give her thanks? They were thanking her, oh, thank you so much for this. She was funding them in that place. Rather than Mazi Simon to take action on Ngozi, the next thing, Ngozi, the person who is being accused, was the one who removed my name from the Oduduwa Biafra Alliance WhatsApp platform. The person who is being accused, a Biafran, accusing somebody, say you are a Nigerian agent, I was the one removed from that platform. Suddenly I was removed. I was shocked. I sent a message to her. I said, well, I don't know who gave you the audacity to remove me from this group. I have my everything down. I have my everything. I screenshot everything and keep. I said, I don't know who gave you the audacity to remove me from this group, but we shall see about it. We shall know about it. Now, all of these were happening. Rather than Simon to come, when we saw that this was dangerous, we now decided, under the auspices of the think tank group, we now wrote a letter. That letter, we told Simon how he was doing good officially and told him, please, we want you to take action. We're advising you on this area. We are think tank now. What is think tank? Think tank are those who give you ideas. Advisory are those who should be elderly people somewhere who should be advising you on ideas people prefer. So which is more important to you? At least you get the facts from the think tank, and then you go to the advisory and say, what do you think about this? And this should be elders, but yet you constituted people who don't even I don't know. They say some of them they have served in board stuff. I don't know. Let me not go there anyways. I don't want to discredit anybody. Now listen, when we now finish that stuff, now Ngozi removed me from that stuff and all of that, and now I became the one who is the accused. Now remember, Prince always say that we are going to protect whistleblowers. We know why we were saying that, because when people bring intel and you turn against those people who bring intel, you are building a nation of disaster. So that was where the problem started. They removed my name from everything. That was not the reason why we sent the letter. We sent the letter, and suddenly you people came, you heard it, he came all out and read and started reading the letter. Now, along the line, people were still complaining. The ESN, the 150 days was going to an end, and nobody was ready for anything. And then we were asking ourselves questions. How this 150, how are we going to enforce it? Because we know our people are not going to go. You have to enforce some stuff for them to. We discovered, you all saw how it went. Everything went down. Now, when everything, because we were waiting for those things to go down so that we can resolve these things with our men. That was when we now sat down under the auspices of the think tank, because nobody can ban think tank. You can't ban any group. You don't have the power. You don't have the power. The same way they were banning, DOS was banning Simon. We were telling them that they cannot ban Simon. That Simon is a bona fide IPOB. The same way we are telling him that he doesn't have the power to ban anybody. The same way we are defending him with ESN. The same way we are telling him now that he doesn't have the power. He's just a spokesperson. Mazi is there. We are under the auspice of the autopilot. Everybody have the right to do what they can do to bring Biafra. That is what Mazi said. So for the fact we made you spokesperson doesn't mean that we made you the sole decision maker, and you come and stamp anything and you work on people. Now the issue of the finance were coming up and all of that. The men on ground were not receiving weapons. What do you expect us to do? We have to question the source of the funds. That is the natural thing to do. Once men are not receiving funds, what you're going to do is, now, what is happening to the monies? Some people are saying that, how much have you contributed? Let me tell those idiots who are saying that thing. The governor from your state, how much have you given him that you're asking him to be transparent, or tell him to build road for you? Let me ask you that question. Go and think about that question. You that is saying that, how much have you contributed? I'm asking you, how much have you given the governor in that your state? And you are telling him to be transparent. Or how much did you give Buhari that you say he's a wicked man, he's not transparent? Tell us how much you gave him. Then we will now come to this matter. Now, everybody is a stakeholder in Biafra. We decided to go on that path. Now, when this is were happening, we now decided to send a message. Now, we now discovered that, of course, by the first letter we sent to Simon, we discovered that when we send him another letter, he's not going to respond. I now suggested that there's one elder who has spoken with Simon Ekpa very well, over 70. He respects him, and of course, he has spoken with Simon several times on some stuff and ideas. He's also part of the think tank. And I suggested that we should consult him. Maybe someone will listen to him and come to a meeting, because our men are complaining. So we need them to complain in presence of Simon. We gathered all of them. I'm talking about our gallant men, people who work with Mazi Namikano. So those of you who are saying that whether they are fake, Simon does not even have the power to know whether they are fake or real. He doesn't
even have meeting with them. He doesn't even know.
In IPOB that will tell you those who are real and fake. Simon was just shown. Simon was shown. He doesn't know any of them. He was just brought to. He was just shown them. So he coming to the issue of how do you know real or fake? He is the one we should tell the one that is real or who is fake. He doesn't have what it takes. He and Azuka don't have what it takes to tell us who is real or fake. So we now decide to call Mr. Herbert. We told him, please write to Simon for us. He said, no, he doesn't want. We begged him. We said, please. He now decided to write to Simon. Sent him on WhatsApp. He came back. He said, the thing is not going. It seems the man has blocked me. Because when he wrote that first letter, the man called him when he came out to read that first letter. When we wrote the first letter, he came out to read. The man called him and told him that this, and corrected him some things. That was how the day he blocked the man. Now, so we now told the man, okay, let's use his email. Please, I can write through his email. The man now wrote to him an email. He didn't respond until today. That was, I think, the last day of February or so. I now beg Pastor Livingston and say, Pastor Livingston, I know he doesn't listen to you. Please, you are the leader of this group. Write the group think tank, and which Simon is also part of. He's also there in the WhatsApp group. Sometimes we'll bring him into the meeting. So if he's saying that which group, he is part of the group. So that means if he's banning it, he's banning himself. That's what it means. So now, we now decided that I now beg, I said, Pastor Livingston, which everybody now agreed. Pastor Livingstone writes to Simon, inviting for a meeting. We wrote, of course, all of you have seen the letter. We held a meeting. Of course, we have to hold the meeting. We have to hold the meeting. When Simon was being sacked and persecuted by the DOS, he was consulting, he was holding meetings. Did he take permission from DOS? Did he take permission from Chikedozian before he constituted meetings? So why would you tell us we don't have right to hold meetings in our nation? We don't have rights to hold meetings in our own nation? Something's wrong with some of you. Simon
was invited.
He was holding meetings, holding secret meetings with people based on the issue of DOS. Did he take permission from Chikedozian? But we gave him that courtesy and respect. We said, come for a meeting. Rather, now, where do you see that, for God's sake, a leader hearing that people are holding meeting? You know that meeting, you were called into it. You know, all you do is rush to the social media. Now, doesn't that tell reasonable people that there is something fishy here? Because he knows what we want to talk about. What is happening to the phones? Because these men are complaining. These men are, come and listen to the men who are commanders, real gallant men. Come and listen to them. If we call the names here, you people know that they are serious. They are real. We don't want to call any name here. That was how he refused to come for the meeting. And I came here 2 days or 3 days ago to tell you people that you should beg him to come for the next meeting. Rather than come for the next meeting, he now, you know, what they do is that they try to, you know, as soon as we call that meeting, the next thing that happened is that the next day, that was when he decided to call the same people he said they are criminals. He called them for meeting. So if you said they are criminals, why did you call them for meeting? Because we called them for meeting the other day. We called them for meeting last week, Wednesday. You decided to call all of them for meeting on Thursday. You began to threaten one of them because you saw he was very vocal. You were threatening him. I have the audio here. I can play it to you all. You can hear it. He was threatening him that if he doesn't, the man was telling him that, see, sir, the mission you gave us to fulfill, 2 of our men died and 2 are in hospital. Please, we need to do something and contact the family of these ones who died. Just that same day, those guys died. He was giving this report because he called meeting that day, and 2 were in the hospital. He said, these 2 have died, and 2 are dead, and 2 are in the hospital. What do we do? Please, we need something to do about it. Rather than Simon respond to the people who are dead and the people who are in hospital, he ignored that talk. He was asking the guy to return his tools to another set of people. He was asking, he didn't talk about the dead, he didn't mention anything, and the guy was saying, sir, it's difficult, I can't do that. If the guy was a criminal and not real, why did they give them the tools? He was insisting that stuff, that he was the one who gave him the order. He's giving him the order now. He's the one who bought the tools for him a few weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. So if he's a criminal, he's coming out to tell you people that they're criminals. Why is he now talking to the person secretly that he should return tools that he gave to him? If the person is a criminal, how come the person, he's having a meeting with the person and others too? How come? Why didn't he hold meeting? All this while we've been sending him private, people are texting him. There's need for meeting. ESN is in trouble. They are killing themselves. Some of them are going to criminality. Come, saw this thing. They were saying he will ignore. Victor will send message. He will ignore. Everybody send. Mirugo came out with anger, talked. They threatened him. In fact, Azuka called Victor, in the presence of Victor, was calling the commander if they have gotten the location of Mirugo. What is she looking for the location of Mirugo for? When Mirugo was questioning him on Facebook, questioning them on Facebook. Why is she looking for the location of Mirugo? Asking a particular commander who is loyal to her. In fact, there's a voice message where she told the commander that if you don't tell me sorry, I'm not going to answer you. If you don't tell me sorry. See, you guys don't know what is happening. So many things are going on. Why are you telling people to go and look for the location of Mirugo? Mirugo had to go to WhatsApp and Facebook and deleted all the messages and was begging because he saw that his life was in danger. These are the people who gathered Mirugo that you know. So why were you telling him? Why were you threatening him to bring down the messages? If you don't know him, you are calling him a criminal, and you are telling him to bring down messages. So what are you hiding? That is when we now said, okay, since Azuka's husband's account is being used for ESN, that means we cannot trust it. Because formerly when I was talking, nobody wanted to listen. They were saying that at least Simon knows about the account. Simon says he knows about the account. So let's leave it. In the end, we shall give record account. We said, okay, no problem. But when we saw that our men were down, we decided now to call for a meeting. He refused to come. Now, after we had the meeting, the next day he called them and then started threatening that guy that if he doesn't submit the weapon, that he should be ready for what is coming. That is a threat. And since then, his loyalists have been calling the other men who he knows are loyal and genuine. He wants truth. They have been calling them, threatening them, and there are plans to eliminate them. In fact, Gaddafi himself was trying to set up one of our sister, in Aba, set her up. And the same way he wanted to set me up, the same strategy he was using on that lady. The lady told me, this is what Gaddafi is doing. And I sent a message around. I said, tell Gaddafi if anything happens to this, our sister, she's a strong commander. If anything happens to this girl, you will know what Biafrans will do to you. All of you think you are criminals. We will tell you that people who are righteous can also be mad, because we have come with our madness in a righteous manner. Christ was a righteous madman when he entered the temple and destroyed the men who were selling. It was righteous anger. We have the right to express. So if you think that you are only violent, we have people who are violent and take it by force by the Spirit. So we have not come here for nonsense. I've not come here to have all of you who are saying, hey, we don't know you are a betrayer. We don't know you are this. I am not here to please you. I'm here to do the right thing. And in nearest future, you will know what I did. And history will bear me witness that what I'm doing today is actually what I'm supposed to do, which God called me into this movement to do. So that was how the whole thing started. We called him for the second meeting. He didn't come. Rather than come for the second meeting, he had his ally, the lady called Judith, who started screenshotting and forwarding to him. And then he come out as a superhuman. I know what is happening everywhere. Forget it. We know, as you have your men everywhere, we have our men everywhere too. So we know what is happening. How did we get messages of your meeting? You don't know we have our men everywhere too. So the same way you think you are too much in the spirit, we are also too much in the spirit. I walk with the Spirit of God. And I can say it here. And I've told that lady, she was showing us one shrine. I told her, call my name in that your shrine. If you will not go down, call my name in that shrine. You think you guys can threaten anybody anyhow? This is our nation. And we have come to rescue our nation. Biafra is our nation. Nobody is more important than the nation. That is why Mazi Nnamdi said, if I go away out of the movement, if I derail, deal with me, calm me down. And then we'll talk less of the spokesperson or whoever. Let Azuka come out, give us account. How can your husband be? For a nation, for God's sake, are we stupid? A nation, a woman's husband is the signatory. She is the one who is disbursing. She's the one who is receiving the records. She's the one alone that can be trusted. No other person, even in a family meeting, you don't do that. Not to talk about a nation. Maybe you people don't understand that Biafra is a nation yet. Maybe you think it's just an organization. Let's move on, let's go on. I don't know what is wrong with you people, Biafrans. Sometimes you allow your emotion take over your reasoning faculty and you don't say the truth to yourself. If you really represent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you will not be here talking rubbish. You will stand on the truth, and I will stand for the truth. Like me, go away from my platform, decide to unsubscribe. That's your business. I'm not subscribing. I'm not doing this to get money from YouTube. I'm doing this for the truth. So that's the truth. So thank you so much, Prince. Please, I hope I have taken much time. So please take it up from there. Thank you so much.
Kelechi, I will say welcome and well done. The truth shines like a light. Let me begin by saying a little bit about myself. If you check me very well, you know I advocate for humanity. And all along, I know my whole emphasis is on getting those who say they are white, because I know nobody is white. I have tried to get them from whoever they call themselves, whether they are Pope, whether they are whatever, because I don't follow people, because for me, I only follow Christ. I listen to people, and I test every spirit, and that's what I ask people to do to me. Nobody should follow me. I'm not worthy for any man to follow. I want people to listen to me, and if what I say resonates with them, fair enough. And I want people to constantly test my spirit. And that is what I believe every genuine Biafran has as a given. And can I then move on to say that even though Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said to us that we should listen to Simon Eba and share his broadcast and all the rest, he wasn't the only one that that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said we should listen and share their videos. But because I test people's spirit, I tested and tested and tested. I was also testing the spirit of DOS. I do mine in my own way. And in the end, one of the things that Simon convinced me with was when he was doing a proper analysis of DOS. And he was saying that these are career agitators. Just please give me one moment.
Right. All right. Please go on. We can hear you. I think you're still here. Okay. Yes, you're on, please.
I am back.
All right.
I hope you can hear me very well. Can you?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So, when Simon spoke about the DOS being made up of many career agitators, and gave evidence, because I liked the way he analyzed things, and he gives evidence to what he means. And then he told us that he himself has a law firm, and that he has partners working in his law firm, and that Biafrans are also giving him super chat, etc. That he wasn't, that all the people in this movement right now are not career agitators. That really gladdened my heart. Now, I'm now going to go and say one or two things about how I somehow got involved, because I advocate for humanity. It was only through divine providence that I became a part of the Constitution Drafting Committee for Biafra. Just divine providence, because I'm not one to, I don't believe in all these who has, I don't believe in all, I don't have time for that. And I know that when I was approached in that direction, because I was told, oh, Simon has set up this and he wants us to do this, I told them, look, I'm retired. I have a plan for a little thing I want to contribute to Biafra when Biafra comes. And what I have in store is primarily for our children, the kindergarten, the primary school, because I believe in orientation, because I believe that if we can get the mindset of the people right, these children, Biafra will now bring about those things that the world is desperate for. I know from psychological perspective that adults, like you're seeing some of the comments here, they are so funny that I don't want to waste time on them, and I don't want people to concentrate on these statements coming from commentators who have been so damaged because of poor academic education, as well as terrible parental guidance, people who have been just damaged. And this is one of the reasons that Biafra is coming, because God wants to change something. So I remember very much that Simon joined us a few times when we were drafting that constitution. And I remember also when he asked us to draft a letter to United Nations, and we all contributed and made sure that that letter was sent. The real problem came when we had that particular information about the currency. And I remember that when Simon joined us to discuss that, his initial thing was to attack and wanted to, in fact, from his body language, he had already made up his mind to deal with Kelechi. As far as he was concerned, Kelechi was moving from one group to the other, and you know, all those that we were able to. I think it was Pastor Livingston who actually called him to order. Following that meeting, I remember saying to him, "Look," and of course, he actually was very happy in the end with what we were doing, and he told us categorically that he didn't know about the currency thing. In fact, he didn't know about the existence of G5 or whatever, where that particular idea of the currency came about. And I remember him, in fact, I said to him, look, we wouldn't want to be bothering you. We wouldn't want to be, because we know. I told him, look, I don't want to be you. I feel for you. I know. I even cracked a little bit of joke. I said, look, some of these women that are running around you, I was once a young man, and I know that some women will be all over you, either because you're a young man, you're good looking, they want to, so we just cracked that joke. But it's also, that joke is also serious. Why it is serious is because I know very well that the time that God told Adam, do not eat from this forbidden fruit, God knew, and Adam knew, that there were going to be consequences if he deviated and ate from that tree. And I knew that when Nandekanu said to Simon, don't let the devil enter you, that there would be consequences if he allowed the devil to enter him. I'm sure that Biafrans, even if they haven't got memory, can remember that a particular devil entered Simon. Simon allowed himself for a particular devil in the name of, is it Nelly or whatever? And I remember the bullets majority of Biafrans took to make sure that that devil was taken away from Simon. I hate to be personal, but at times one has to be, so that people do not think that we are talking about somebody else. And I like when we are talking about someone, we are given clear evidence that people can relate to. And the reasons why we now called Simon was because we have seen that it is not only the currency issue, it was also that it had become clear that this time it's not just one devil, but three devils had entered the fray. I remember saying to Simon that, look, the last thing we want to do is to be calling you all the time. We want to only call you when we feel there is danger and there is a fire on the mountain. He himself said, oh, no, please, no matter how small it is, no matter what it is, please do let us know. Do call me. Do let me know. And in fact, it was on that premise that when the evidence about Ngozi Orabueza came, we had to do that letter. I told Simon categorically, before he left that particular meeting, that the day I suspected that the devil will come, that Nigeria will infiltrate this particular project, was the day you went on air to say that you needed people who can donate, Biafrans who can donate $10,000 per month. I know my fellow Biafrans, I know their psychology. I know it very well. And I know that the Biafrans who are committed to this struggle will give $100, $200, $500, at most $1,000. I know that. I believe that on a regular basis. They'll be doing this because they are the committed Biafran. Anybody, any Biafran that will come with $10,000 per month, you must put query mark, because only Nigeria can fund such a thing, because they want to come in and understand what you're doing. I understand that psychology. I told him, and I made it clear, that that was the day you opened up this thing for Nigerians to infiltrate. Then he told me that anybody that knows him knows that he doesn't focus on money and blah, 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 blah. Fair enough. Now, I want to move out from there to say that as soon as we wrote that letter, a very courteous letter. In fact, I was the one that posted that letter to him. I was the one that sent it to him. And I was thinking, perhaps I didn't quite know Simon very well. Of course, not perhaps, I don't know him. And I don't wish to know people. I want to judge people through their contents, what they say, what they do. I'm one that will always cross-check because I believe in the testing of one's spirit, because that's what I ask people to do, test my spirit. That's what the scripture told us to do. Christ told us that. Now, I expected that the very worst Simon would do with that letter would be to put it in the bin. That's the very worst. And at best, that he will come back to us to say, look, I received this letter. This is how I intend to deal with it. What do you people have to say? And then we could say whatever. And he said, well, I'm sorry, I'm doing it my way. And we say, okay, fair enough, if that's how you want to do it, because we can't force an adult to do something that they don't want to do. I mean, that brings me very quickly to the thing I keep laughing about when I've heard him say things like, give them a week and they will blah, 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 and they will go. Let me tell Simon and the rest of Biafrans that there is no Biafran genuine in this pursuit of Biafra that will ever give up or give in, because I told you earlier when I was actually giving introduction that we understand what Nnamdi Kanu meant when he said we are on autopilot. That simply means across the globe, the good, the bad, the ugly will work according to their persuasion. And everything they do, no matter how bad, no matter how good, will bring about Biafra. I know that very well. I know that's what it means. Everybody is on autopilot. So if anybody is having the daytime dream of thinking that those who have committed themselves to this struggle will ever back down, back off, or whatever, the person or the people are wasting their time. I want to reassure Biafrans on that. And I want to also say that in this Biafra, it is not any human being on this earth, and I think I've said it before, or group of individuals that will give you, nobody has what it takes to give anybody this Biafra. Because God wants to take the ultimate glory. So everything will seem impossible for Biafra to come, because it is God's own thing. And let me warn those who are in this to either focus on money or power or position, or are now doing things that are putting the lives of Biafrans at risk. I say to you, may God help you, because you are putting a huge curse on yourself and your generations. The blood of Biafrans had already poured so much that God is reeling. I pray that it's not through you or I that any blood of a Biafran will be shed for our personal pursuit or what we think we are doing to bring about Biafra. Biafra is not for any individual or group of individuals to get. I want to make sure that people know that even those killers, every killer must be killed by the same death. This is the sort of message I tell people like the Pope, Archbishop of Canterbury, all these so-called bishops and archbishops and clergy people and all these presidents and whoever they call themselves. And if I can't tell that to my dear friends, then of course I have denied you of something that is very critical, something that you should be aware of. Now, there is just so much to say, but let me tell you where my worries are. Because I test spirits. And I ask people to keep testing my spirit. Simon told us that come November, before the end of November last year, that Peter Obi will give up his presidential ambition because he wasn't real in the project. I watched. November came and went. Peter Obi carried on. So, okay. And then he told us that Nigeria will come crashing down. There will be no election anywhere in Biafra land. I listened to one of his most recent interviews. I don't know whether the person interviewing him, because they didn't show the face of the interviewer, but they were showing the face of Simon, because I listen to people, I don't follow them. And I judge people based on what they say. And that interviewer asked Simon, are you saying there will be no election? He says, oh, no way, not in Biafra territory. The guy said, how are you going to ensure that? Well, I'm saying that because of what we have on the ground. And do you know, a part of me thought, who knows what Simon has on the ground? Perhaps he's going to do exactly what Nnamdi Kanu did and surprised us all with ESN. Because ESN was a shock to everybody. So I thought, okay, let's watch and see. On the election day, the only disappointment we had was the INEC not opening up in time and whatever. But suddenly we found that elections were holding in the whole of Biafra land. I couldn't see what Simon had on the ground. I got worried. In the same interview, that guy asked Simon, it has been alleged that you're being funded by politicians and blah, blah, blah. He says, no way, which I know is true or could be true. Let me just make sure I'm objective. So the guy asked him, so who is funding you? I was expecting that Simon would now reaffirm what he told Biafrans earlier, that he's not a career agitator, that he has a legal firm. He had partners working for him. I was expecting him to say that before he said anything else. But all I had Simon respond was, Biafra is funding me. That I felt was outrageously contradictory. Now, like I said to you, I'm not one, I don't get personal with people. I believe in objectivity. I like to look at life from a very clinical angle, because one of the things that have damaged the Africans is this fact of idolatry. An average African is idolatrous because he or she is either following one man of God who is a fellow limited mortal being whose physical life is not assured, let alone their spiritual life. They are following them like idiots, just like a properly domesticated animal will follow the owner. They have no minds of their own. An average African worships money, forgetting that money is a byproduct of tree, cotton, and linen, made by God and put underneath the control, in fact, put and placed under total control of man, that it is through man that we recreate money from trees, cottons, and linen. But an average African places money above man, and automatically that means placing it above God. Because of that, they just follow and follow and follow and follow and follow and follow, and they would never query anything because they are now worshiping a human being that is as faulty as themselves. And I can assure you, knowing the God we worship, God is reeling. And let me tell you now why Biafra must come. And before I do that, I want to let you know that Simon, instead of coming to us about that letter, instead of throwing that letter in the bin, all he did as a spokesman of Biafra was to go and read that letter to the world. And I would like people to go and revisit that particular broadcast, because I noticed something happened to Simon right there and then. Something happened, and I'll tell you what that is. And when you go and revisit that broadcast, you will see it yourselves. Not everybody can see things in the spirit. And I'm not saying I'm seeing anything in the spirit. I'm just telling you what I saw. So you can now go and prove it physically. Because in that broadcast, Simon branded everybody that wrote that letter that they are jealous, they are envious, and he denied knowing anything about us. And he now went along and mentioned the names of the signatories to that letter. Do you know that that was the first broadcast, and it could well be the only broadcast, where Simon signed off without saying, God bless Mazi, God bless this, God bless that, God bless that, because the spirit of Biafra left him in that broadcast. I saw it. You can go and revisit that particular broadcast, and you will see that that was what happened. That was the first time, from my own perspective, where Simon had to rush off his platform. The spirit works in a very, very interesting way. But I want to tell Biafrans today that Biafra is a done deal. And it doesn't matter what any of us say or do. As far as Mazi has paved the way and shown people the way, let me also tell you, I don't follow Mazi. I don't follow people. I listen to them. I just listen to, I only follow Yeshua. I only follow God, because I know after here on earth, our spirit will live on and will march into something we don't even understand. Why I don't follow? Because you see, I take time to understand the meaning of every word in the dictionary, and I know what following means. A human being is not born to follow. A human being is born to bring their unique talent, to complement, to collaborate, to cooperate, to partner the other person so they can work. Yeah, we talk about leadership, but leadership are also led by people bringing their ideas and helping whoever is in leadership to ensure harmonious progression in humanity. Whenever somebody fails to understand that, they will go crazy. And you will find that in recent times, because that spirit of Biafra has departed, all we are now hearing are things that are worse than DOS we are doing. It's all about, I sack this person, I sack that person, I sack that person. This person, you're suspended. That publish the face of this person. Make sure that you know where he is. Now, and I'm watching and I'm saying, wow, but it's all good. It's all good. Like I said, the good, the bad, the ugly will do their stuff, because what is coming is bigger than the whole world has seen. Biafra is a spirit. That spirit is linked to God. It's driven by God. And that's why Nnamdi Kanu said, not in 1,000,000,000 years will anybody stop Biafra from coming. What that simply means is that not in a trillion years will any one person or group of people tell Biafrans that you need to just make, genuine Biafrans, you need to just make your noise for 1 week and you are gone. No, it's impossible. Genuine Biafrans are not DOS. Genuine Biafrans cannot be stopped. You're wasting your time if that's what is in your mind. That is a mind of somebody whose spirit is devoid of Biafran spirit. So I call on all Biafrans to carry on in whatever persuasion they are in whatever thing you want to say or do, or however you want to think. Well, I say, do that and say that which is laid in your spirit, because all of those will contribute to the manifestation of Biafra. I think I will rest it here for now. I thank you
so much. We appreciate you. Mazi Chidozie, I don't know if you want to say something before Mazi Ken will say, then Madam Ife will say, well, please, let's just take it up from there because of time.
And I'm sorry, I'm in a place now where I must go into another meeting. I hope you don't mind.
All right, please. All right, please.
I thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Mazi Chidozie, please go on.
Okay. And there one, Prince, you spoke well. My brother, Kelechi, you spoke well. All of you. Madam Ife spoke well. You guys have done yourselves proud. Done Biafrans proud. As they can see, Biafrans can see, we're just putting them on notice. These are people of integrity and giving you. We're coming here even at great risk to ourselves, but to let you know. And once we put you on notice, the rest is up to you. This is about Biafrans holding their leaders to account.
Correct.
It's a simple exercise. It's a step to where you want to go. It's a step to civilization. You're not a civilized people if you cannot hold your leaders. The gentleman that just spoke talked about basically what I call psychophancy. Because you like somebody, because you trust them. And that's why you don't ask questions. I've been in meetings where people say, don't ask him anything, don't ask him anything. Don't disturb him with questions. I trust him. You're a grown person with a university degree and all kinds of achievements in life, and you want to base life and death decisions on the fact that you trust or you like somebody. That is called psychophancy.
It's terrible.
Psychophancy. We reason with our emotions instead of logic. Logic tells you that if you do that, the person will take you for a ride. If you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable to be misled all the time. So you hold your leaders accountable. In the zoo, what do? We sing praises to praise singers. Praise singers to governors, praise singers to whoever, chieftains. And in turn, what do? They take our future, take our land, take everything and go sell to the Janjaweed. Why? We don't hold them to account. Our neighbors, the Yoruba, hold their leaders accountable. And that way, it's more difficult, even though they're under the same pressure of the Fulani. But it's harder for them to do it because there are consequences when they try to sell the interest of their people. So this is a teachable moment for us. It doesn't matter who the leader is. It doesn't matter if it's Simon. Simon is a footnote. Whoever it is, whenever we organize, accountability, transparency. It doesn't matter who it is. You hold your leaders to account. It's not fighting the person. It's just a system of checks and balances. This issue of psychophancy will continue to take us to where we don't want to go. Building monsters, megalomaniacs, people that you see the result. The young man started right, but as Onyendu said, he allowed the devil to get into him. I mean, he allowed himself, and then our people. I remember when Nelly was complaining about and this and that. I called him those names too. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Onyendu. We sang songs for him too. The people composed music and sang songs of praises to Onyendu. It pissed off a lot of Biafrans, a lot of especially the intellectuals. It pissed them off. You guys worship the God. But the man took it in stride. He understood it. He never let it get to his head. He was always logical. He always kept himself accountable. Always kept himself humble. Unfortunately, but even at that, you could see that Biafrans were so grateful that he gave us some revelation that many of us went above board. They praise, and that praise put off a lot of other Biafrans, a lot of others that didn't want to join the struggle. They just branded us that you guys are not intellectuals, that you guys are just following somebody and like a cult. But Nnamdi Kanu, if you listen to him, he kept telling you, don't follow me. Don't keep your eyes open. I submit to the superior argument. He did his question and answer on Friday, challenging people, endlessly challenging Biafrans to a debate. Whether it's the intellectuals or anybody, come out, let's talk. Let's debate the issue. Nigerians, whoever. So he wasn't running away from meetings. He was gauging anybody. Come, bring your ideas. If yours are superior, I submit to it. So these are the lessons we should learn going forward. Mazi Simon, he can learn the lesson himself. Pride goes before a fall. If you remain proud, if you remain unteachable, if you remain stubborn, I didn't make that. These are words of wisdom. I didn't make it up. Pride goes before a fall. I'm asking you to think about what got you into the struggle. Try to remember the beginning. Remember what motivated you. You have to humble yourself. They say don't. A man doesn't. You should never allow the crowd to cook for you. Mm-hmm. Humble yourself. Understand that this is a cause bigger than you. It's a cause bigger than all of us. It's bigger than Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's bigger than Odumegwu Ojukwu. So you should humble yourself accordingly. When you do that, the sense will come back to you. Think about it logically. Nobody's here is your enemy. We got people trying to destroy our people. So we're not here trying to fight anybody. We don't need any more fights. Certainly not internally. But you must be held to account. You must be held to any one of us. Our people should know this. And those that aspire to leadership should know this. If we do not hold your leader to account and he becomes a monster tomorrow, it's your fault. So Biafran should take blame for what is happening right now. I said that before. It's a teachable moment for all of us. So the issues, the needful must be done. Things people can still get off their high horses, understand that this cause is bigger than them, and walk this thing back. Walk it back. Rescind the threats. Don't create fight amongst our own gallant men. We do not need that. Onyendu warned about it. That's why he jealously protected them from people in the diaspora. Don't come in here and use the resources the wrong way. Don't come here and try and be a Imebisilamefe. You bring it. He expected us to bring the resources as part of our own sacrifice, because the people are already on ground and have sacrificed everything. They sacrificed their life. If you go into Traja, we're supposed to bring our resources to support as part of our own sacrifice, and not to pay, to control, to blackmail, and now to attack. Even with the money, even if you bring 100 million, you still nowhere close to the person that sacrificed his life. Because what price do you put on a man's life? So it should give us the right perspective. It should give us the right humility. We should go back to what Onyindu said, his words. People should use that as a guide. A lot of these things he prepared us for. So even without him being with the DSS trying to cut off communication, genuine communication with the people, we have almost 12 years worth of teachings. And as the one prophet has said, Ayinla said about how people become pregnant with this ideology. So there's nothing they can do about it. Those of us that listened, those of us that learned, and those of us that have gotten the revelation. So the threats on ground must be rescinded. Biafrans must hold people accountable. If you are giving somebody something and closing your eyes and going to sleep, I'll just put the money in the plate, and God will take care of the rest and make sure that hold that person accountable. It's not God's job to hold the person accountable. This is not your pastor in church. You're giving somebody something. Make sure it gets to where it's going. Make sure you know how it's being used. The stewardship of the money matters. So if you're going to do this or psycho fancy bits, we just support him because we like him and he's cool.
2, 9,
You can continue,
3,
but you'll have yourself to blame.
5,
You have yourself to blame.
9, 4.
So I hope we can learn from
Thank you
this
so
period
much.
and we can move forward.
Yes.
Day one.
Thank you so much, Mazi. Accountability is very, very important. That is why we're here, not to castigate anybody, but to make sure the right thing is done, because we all seek for freedom. I'm tired of being a refugee. I want to go back to my nation, and we have to do the right thing. Thank you so much. And Mazi Ken, Chuku, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I send my greetings to everybody that have spoken today. They have all laid their emphasis on the issue why we are here today. And we are here to talk to the Biafrans. And to also use the opportunity to call the spokesperson of Biafra at this moment to order. So we are not against anybody. Rather, the information we got before we start putting up this very committee together to make sure we resolve issues, that we destroy this very humble family that Onyendu have started for decades to build. And no matter who it goes to his hand, that person shouldn't take it as a private company or as a family issue. Rather, it is a nation we are talking about here. So what I want to say is that I know a lot of people will be writing in your platform, saying different sort of things about what we are doing today. But if Biafrans should listen and analyze what we are saying today as a human with knowledge, they will know that we are not here to castigate anybody. So if somebody is lying, you have to find out the truth. Because if two people are having problems, two of them can be right, but two of them can never be wrong. So one may be wrong and one may be right. So in this very issue we are talking about, a lot of things have gone wrong, which the people that are around Simon Ekpa working with him tried to resolve this very issue in-house. Before it comes outside today, it was something that transpired to read that makes it to come outside. So what I want to say is that when we watch into the speech and the broadcast that Simon is making at this moment, I shed tears when our brother Prince said something which I didn't even notice. I'm a good follower of Mazi Simon Ekpa. But what our Prince said, I didn't even notice it. I shed tears when he said it. And it's exactly what happened to Simon Ekpa, that what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, Onyendu, has actually happened. The Spirit of God has left him, and the devil have come into him. Because I watched his program after he posted a meeting that was held, that somebody screenshot and sent to him, when he was saying that he was invited to the meeting. They said he was invited. This is how he put it. They said he was invited, but he couldn't access his email. This time I was so curious and said, if you are a spokesperson of Biafra and you are working for the Biafrans, you will tell the Biafrans that you got a message or you were invited to a meeting for a great problem like this that can destabilize the whole work you as the spokesperson have been doing since the adoption of Onyendu. You know what is going on can disrupt everything you have been doing. But you said you couldn't access your email. So how do you get information?
Mazi, sorry for interrupting you there. In fact, Mr. Emmanuel Maduabum confirmed to Madam Ifi that Simon got the email. And that letter was not sent to Emmanuel Maduabum, it was sent to Simon. How come that Emmanuel Maduabum knew about the letter?
Okay, thank you very much. So this is just why I said I will bring out this issue, because when you are following somebody, you know, I'm someone who never follows someone. I always say it, I don't follow somebody at his back, as our Prince always said. This was always my word. I don't follow nobody, but I follow your words, what you say, your behavior, what you do. So when he said this, I was so curious and said, if he's our spokesperson, how come he cannot access his email to know he was invited to a meeting? This just shows you that he's running away from his responsibilities. So let's put that by the side. We all should know today that the devil have come over Simon Ekpa. It may be the people around him. It may be from his own spirit that is guiding him. Nobody knows where the devil comes from, because I'm not among the Umuada. I'm not among his kakus or whatsoever. But I'm just a Biafran who sees what is happening that is strong and try to come in and to assist to make sure we make something decent for the Biafrans. Because if this should escalate, it will lead to a very great disaster. I don't believe that Onyendu will be happy where he is if you hear anything that is happening today. So I'm using this opportunity to say, Simon, you were given time to come meet this very panel, so this thing should be resolved. And I'm still using this opportunity today to beg this very panel that you still have the opportunity to step back and come to this panel so this issue will be resolved. Transparency is what we are talking about here. The life of people are at stake. Onyendu said nobody should have contact with the gallant men on the ground. And when Simon Ekpa took over this very struggle after the adoption of Onyendu, most of the people around him today are the people who led him to these gallant men. And there are some he don't know that we know. Maybe he don't even know the gallant men that even assist Onyendu when they came to kill him. He don't know them. Maybe he don't know them and he have never met them. There are some of them I have spoken with who vowed they will never come into autopilot. But he don't know that there are some of us that are just sitting back that know some things that he don't know. Because he always used this word, what you don't know is bigger than you. There is something somebody also know that you don't know.
That's right.
So what we are trying to say here is this calling of names online is what caught my attention. And if he continues this way, that will be the end of him. Because this was what we fought against when the DOS was doing this thing. And he is just automatically driving back to where the DOS were before. So, and we can't continue like this. Another thing I want to tell our Biafran people is this respect, calling people names, Igwe, Ichie, and all those things, and the Mejibun, Kamejibun, cause and all those things. This is where you people cause problems. This is where you people give people the power they don't possess. This is where you people make people an emperor. So we come out today to explain to you people what is going on. What you need to do is go back home, go to your bed, go to a room alone, and reason on your own. Analyze what we are talking about. Nobody is here to destroy this struggle. Onyendu was telling us that he named 100 men. Simon Ekpa came and said 1,000 men is in him. If 1,000 men is in him, billions of men are outside that are more than him, that are more than Onyendu, that are more than anybody that will come out today and say, we want to give you Biafra. Nobody will give you Biafra. If we come in real terms, what we are doing today is like a government. We even said, the autopilot even said that they have government in exile. If you have a government, you have different departments of this government. And every department have its own job. So, if it is so why should we be dumbling into every department to shut people down? So as we are talking today, a lot of commanders who have been complaining are the people that are being threatened that they will meet their Waterloo if they don't do one thing or the other, which is not supposed to be. Those people are the people you have been working with since the adoption of Onyendu, since they were introduced to you, but at a time, they become your enemy. So can Biafrans ask our spokesperson, why are those people his enemy today? What really transpired? Why are those people his enemy? Because those people were working with him. If he is calling those people criminals today, what have they done that made them to be a criminal? Is he claiming he don't know them, or because they are complaining, the funds that are being raised today are raised in the name of these gallant men? The funds are not raised because of any individual. When you go to fundraising, you always say it is for the ESN. So why should this very fund not go to the ESN? Why should the fund be diverted somewhere else or be used in different things in this very humble family, if not just for the ESN alone? So what I'm trying to say is, we will come back again in this platform if Simon Ekpa don't respond to what we are trying to call him to order now. We will still come back again because there are a lot of things which I have heard or which I knew, which people may not hear from us today. So for people to know that we are not joking, those that are close to Simon Ekpa, they should just have their own inner caucus meeting and come up that they should come to this very panel for us to clear this very issue. I don't want to go so further saying some things that may jeopardize what we are doing, because the Biafra we are talking about, this very restoration of Biafra can never go down. There are billions of people that are more strong and that are more efficient to carry on if any one of the leader goes down. So this is just what I want to say to the Biafrans today. So you can comment what you want to comment. You can abuse the kind of abuse you want to abuse people. We are just trying to tell you people the truth. And the truthful people, they say there is nothing that can make darkness to overcome light. No matter what you do, it only takes time. So time shall tell. This is just where I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Madam Ifi, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ifi, that they used to say, Madam Ifi, well done, it's not a Jezebel. Because I'm asking for the right thing. Because I'm asking for them to do the right thing. Because I am crying. I'm a voice crying in the wilderness. Crying that things are not done how it's supposed to be done. The Ifi that you guys, we are all praising them. It's not a Jezebel. It's not an evil woman. It's not this and it's not that. because I see something that you guys did not see, because I am among them, because I am there with Azuka, because I know what is happening. That Ifina is a bad person. I never attacked Mazi Simon. Mazi Simon himself, if he can tell himself the truth, he knows what I'm standing for. He knows where I'm pinpointing. He knows who I am. All this trash you guys are making here, I don't respond to people that can't think. You don't know the fight I have fought here. You don't know nothing at all. So just keep quiet, because you know nothing. We wanted things to be done inside. We wanted this to be sought out privately. We wanted this to be sought out inside the house. Nobody wants to come outside. Not even me. Nobody. I was suspended for 6 months. You guys did not hear, not my voice. Nobody. I was doing my own thing. The things was going wrong. Things was really going wrong. I only cried because of our people that is in the bushes. These are men. These are people that have sacrificed for your land. I am only crying for them to get what they should get to defend our land. And you guys are here talking trash. Do you know that when I was suspended for 6 months, all the people were calling me to send money? I was sending the money to that website. I never said to anybody, please don't
you were sending your personal money.
I never sent to anybody. I am not sending the money to the account that Azuka husband is money. It's a signatory. I never sent to anybody. I am not sending the money to that website. No, I did not. I was sending the money. Call all the people in Africa. It is through me that they were sending money, and I was doing it. And I was even sending the money using my own. Sometimes they will not even pay me the charges. My money goes in there. You guys are just here talking trash. You don't know me. If you know me, you cannot say those rubbish. Have you ever send money home to your people, to people in the bushes? Have you done it? Have you ever starved yourself to say no, instead of them to go hungry? I give them mine. Have you done it?
Ignore those comments.
You are here voicing rubbish. You are here talking trash. You are here saying all manner of rubbish. You know nothing. So shut up. All we wanted was let things be done right. From when it started, I said we need transparency. That is how Umada started transparency. I said we need Azuka here said we are going to be different from the accounts that others manage. Then when it started, and then what I see, it's not happening. And I started saying, why is things like this? Why is things going the way they are going? This is not supposed to be so. We're supposed not to be running this kind of thing. My name, I don't want it there. I don't want my name. Give us statements. Tell us how you are spending money. Tell us how you are sending money to ESN. She stopped giving us. When we started, she was giving us how much she sent. Later, she stopped giving us how much she sent. She stopped it. We have nothing. And I will come out. You expect me to come out to say, yes, I know what is happening, whereas I don't know nothing. You expect me to come out to say,
please, before you continue, I want to tell that that stupid person who is asking me the money I'm holding. Go and ask the person who gave you that information that I'm holding ESM money. Ask the person to give you the receipt of the money they gave me. Since you people are just misbehaving. Ask the person. I don't have time for 247. I don't have time for those guys. They want to
Simon who I am. Simon knows me.
Tell them to give you
account in Nigeria. Hold on.
To know what I collected money. Tell them to give you
tell them. These people are here talking trash, talking whatever you don't know. I fought account in Nigeria, account that one person want to be managing. I said no, and other Umada, Maureen, Barbara, and Judith, we said no. This cannot happen. One person cannot manage account that belongs to Nigeria. Let me tell you, I am not here for this. Don't ever say what you don't know. Do you understand? All we wanted is, Azuka gave us this issue. She started this. Nobody would have started, nobody would have known what is happening if she have done the right thing from the beginning. No, this will not come out if she have done the right thing from the beginning. Nobody will come out there and start shouting. If Azuka did the right thing, but she thought, no, who are we to tell her what to do? Who is Simon to tell her what to do? She wants to do the same. I even said to Mazi Simon, please let us take Azuka's husband from this account. Erewa is there and one brother is there. I said, let us take them, Azuka and that brother, and put Umada that is in America. because she told us there is no Umada in America. She told us it is us, that we do not have any other Umada. And I said, let us, then after she now came, and she said there's other Umada following us. And I said, please, tell Mas Simon, can you tell Azuka to take her husband out? At least this will give us peace of mind. Let us stop worrying at this worrying and pinpointing and saying, are they eating our money or not? Because if you want to run a transparency account, run a transparency account. You said to us from the beginning, this is what it's supposed to be. Is it like that? So why are you guys talking trash? What you don't know, you keep quiet. I am not here to division. I am not here to any trouble. I am here to do the right thing. If you do the right thing, this could have happened. We could have been here today. But we call Mazi Simon. When all these men are complaining, I was tired. My money, I send. My money, I give. I work and I pay them. I work and I give, because I am not the kind of person that can hear cry, that can hear how can a man be dying. I paid, I send my money. If you call all of them today, those that are complaining are with us. Whosoever that tell you that those that are complaining are criminals or they are not with us, is all lie. I have the list. They are in the list when we started. So don't ever tell me that those camp are criminals. Those camp are not criminals. Those camp has been with us from the beginning. Why are you depriving them the money? Why are you depriving them what they need? So you all stop this trash. You can
if you don't respond,
will I be jealous of Azuka? For what?
Will
I be jealous of her? Everybody is doing what they're supposed to do. Why would she not? If she has no hidden agenda, why would she not, since she promised that account will be given to us 2 months? Why did the account not be given? I am asking you all. You think we are all stupid? You think we can follow, just stupidly following, and nobody asks questions and things are not done right? So please, you guys should just behave yourself and talk whatever you know. If you curse me, you curse your mother. If you curse me for standing on the truth, that curse is returning back to you 100-fold. Because the spirit of Biafra will fight anyone that fight the truth. Let me tell you all, let us stand on the truth and say the truth at all times. I am not here for anybody. I am not here because somebody called me to fight for freedom. For now, I wanted to quit. I wanted to quit this struggle because this is not what I expected. They fired me in 2S because I was fighting for Simon. They fired me in 2S because I said, why will you do this to Simon? This is not right. Now, the autopilot, the same. I don't even care because I'm here for a purpose. I am here myself. I am here for my freedom and not any man. Whatever you guys like say, I do not care. Do whatever you like. So one thing I want to say also, please, please, something I want to say now, please, my people, commanders, please. I am not part of you. I don't want to be, and I don't want anything. All I want to support. In the way I can support, I support. All I want to say, please, do not, if they are using you against each other, don't do this. Don't let anybody use you against another. Tomorrow, it will be at home. Tomorrow, they might ask you to do something, and you will say, I will not do it. And they will use you against the other. Please, don't. Don't do what is not right. Don't let your conscience guide you. If anybody wants to use you against another commander, say, no, I can't do that. Let us face God and know that whatever we do, there is God in heaven. We are going to give account. There is God in heaven. If you do this, one day it might be your turn. So don't go about and doing it. And there's another thing also I want to say. Gaddafi, stop this you are doing. Gaddafi, stop whatever you are causing. Stop causing this trouble that you are causing. I will say the 50% of what happened in Umada, Gaddafi caused it. Gaddafi, stop going about and threatening people. Why are you threatening this lady called, what is that her name? Why are you threatening her? Why do you want to eliminate the woman that is doing great for our men on ground? Why do you want to kill this woman that is doing something that no other person is doing for men on ground? Gaddafi, what is wrong with you? Why are you so wicked like this? Why do you want to destroy everything that Mazi Nnamdi build? Gaddafi, who are you? Who are you working for? Accept this question. Enough of all this, Gaddafi. Stop this, please. And you caused all this problem. You started this problem. You know yourself. And all of you talking trash. I don't listen to you because I know who I am. I know myself. I'm God chosen. I may have the fear of God. I am here to fight for freedom. And nobody can push me around. I am very ready for whatever you are bringing. I do not care. But all I'm telling you, stop all this rubbish. Let us focus. Mazi Simon, please, Nobody hated you. I never hated you. You know it. I will never hate you. All I want you to is for you to do the right thing. Please, Mazi Simon, if there is any powers that have entered you, that is causing you to be doing what you're doing now, I pray that God will help you, because this is not you that I've met before. This is not you, Mazi Simon, that I know from the beginning. Mazi Simon, please, may God help you to take you out from this spell that has entered your eyes, because you told me that you'll be defending the truth. And now what is going on? Mazi Simon, please, stop this. Stop this. Come together. We love you. We never hated you. We are people who want you to fight, and we all want to get our freedom. Nobody wants to hate you. Please, Mazi Simon, please come back. Please let God help you, because you see our spokesperson. We have called you now. Come again. If you say that these our men are not doing the right thing, come, let us know how we put it together so that the things will move forward. That is all we pray, and that is all we seek for. Nobody wants your downfall. May God bless you. I pray that God will help you. God will help you, Mazi Simon, for you to fulfill whatever God has called you to do. He said.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mazi Odinkemma is here. Please, Mazi, I think we have been speaking, so let's let you go on. Please, you can go on, please. Mazi Odinkemma, are you here? Can you hear? Okay, maybe he's not yet ready, or maybe it seems you're muted.
Biko ọ na-ewukwa n'iwe ọ bụ na ọ nna n'ife m na-ekwu.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm working on my system.
Okay.
My name is Mazi Odinkemma nke Nwachineke. I thank so much Chukwuka for today. I cannot hear you, but I believe that you can hear me.
Yes.
If you can hear me, can you please nod your head?
Yes. Can hear you.
Okay. I thank Chukwuka because I remember on the 19th of July 2022, when my name was announced, and also Mazi Chidozie, because that's I am somebody who has this very struggle at heart. My document is with the Biafran recognition. That is to say that I have already given out myself in this very course. Am I coming out clear?
Loud and clear, yes.
Now, we know that on the 19th of July, 2021, if I'm not mistaken, when our leader Mazi Nnamdi was kidnapped, right? But on the 19th of July, I got a report from Mazi Igwechukuma, one of the strong comrades in Ebonyi State. This complaint labeled against China Sanworu, Igwe Ogbonnaya, the state coordinator of Ebonyi State, and the rest of the executive. Now, also, few years back, our leader Mazi Nnamdi sacked this very coordinator of Ebonyi State and the entire executive. But because that the allegiance to China Sanworu, they refused to step down to hand over to the state coordinator, which only Mazi Nnamdi can recognize. Wisdom Ezekiel Wambam. And then Igwe Chukwuma gave me a report that these few individuals that Onyendu sacked during the NSAS protest in 2020, that they are still controlling, causing mayhem, killing our people. And I'll send this very report to the state coordinator of Germany, because we are in the same unit. This report was meant to send to the HOD, from HOD to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But not knowing that 2 days, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. And because that I'm somebody who always pick my calls, because like I always say that my phone number that people knows me with is for Biafra. Now these very reports keep on coming from Ebonyi State constantly. So also reporting to these very reports. Now my point is this: immediately when this exposition, just like what we are doing today, came from Ebonyi State, I have to host the executive of the people that Onye do recognize. What I did is for them to report exactly what happened. And from there, I begin to do exposition. Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Now, that was how I began to make analysis, to speak the truth, because I remember what Kelechi said, that what he is here to do as a media for this very agitation is to speak the truth. Am I correct?
Very correct. And I stand on that.
We begin to expose. I begin to expose. This exposition was done on the 1st of September down to 7th of September 2021. It is purify and holy exposition. This exposition made way that people begin to ask questions. Before you know it, a news broke out that Onyendu was kidnapped. So I now know where the problem is. It was this very exposition that make me to make investigation against China Samoro on the affair of the Eastern Security Network. While making that exposition, I've been able to interview a lot of commanders of the Eastern Security Network. And the information that I gathered make me to break through and make sure that Biafra is being restored. Because kidnapping Onye Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, their next game is to close down the IPOB and Biafra agitation. Am I correct? We rescued that. Now coming to this point where we are today and what we are doing, because I just want to fast forward it, because if I begin to tell this story, it's a very long story. Coming to what we are doing today is to speak the truth and let Biafrans know that there is imminent war between the Eastern Security Network, those that are legends to Simon Ekpa, and those that stand on the side of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because with the exposition that I made concerning China Sanworu, I meant to understand that a lot of unit commanders escalated in a sense that they don't know who to trust. So when we put together with Simon Ekpa, we advise him that a lot of bad things is happening in Enugu State, where criminalities are going on because of that dispatch, and they don't want to obey the command of Enugu State. So it is best for us to put this family together, let them answer to the state commanders why they have their unit fund board of members of finance. Each unit will be autonomous, but with the approval of the state coordinator or commander, that they are following the rules of engagement. Now, when we do that, we also be funding them autonomous. But they will always listen to the command. Now, our job is to fund ESN while they do their job. Because if we remember that there are groups that are called themselves unknown government, and those unknown government are the people who are just doing their job. They are not responsible. Or ESN is not responsible, Mazi is not responsible. So feed them, give them their work. They know what to do. Do not command them. Do not instruct them. It's just taking me to what Kelechi talked about the commander that was being threatened by Simon Ekpa. The video, the voice note is there. The voice of Simon Ekpa is there. Because I believe that most of you will be saying, give us proof. The voice of Simon Ekpa is there, threatening him. A commander that lost 2 men and 2 in the hospital. The money given to him to buy those things, they need to uphold those things that they bought in order to wait for the next attack. But because that he is Legends Mazi, he refused to surrender to what Simon is asking for, to destroy the unit by unit, having penetrating in order to have a command, using the fund. We advise him that it is going to be a dangerous game. Let us help these people, put them together, including that of Enugu State. Then all these things will stop. That very advice become a very threat to Simon Ekpa. If you also remember, when the propaganda of this very exposition against DOS done by Simon, of which, of course, after 3 months that I rescued the struggle. What am I trying to say here? That Simon is now funding the people who are loyal to him to go and fight against the commander of Ebonyi State. He wants to penetrate, but he couldn't allow them. There are a lot of people, a lot of commanders also refused. There are ones that we discovered, lots of them, that Simon don't even know about it. Each time we try to send him a message through blessing, I have sent them a message through blessing to deliver, but blessing warned me not to send him message again. Despite what they did to myself and Mazi Chidozie. So try everything possible mean to work with him. Pastor Livingstone will try everything possible to send him every evidences of what transpired, because a lot of things, I have not started my own exposition. I'm just here to support on what we are doing here. I have evidences.
Imagine,
when they accuse me that I open an account asking people to donate money into a particular account, that was a lie. All the money was transferred to the website. And I make sure that every group, WhatsApp group, they deliver. The WhatsApp group was created. Simon was aware of it. There is a video to prove that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
the money donated was paid into the website. Am I lying, Ambrose?
Of course, yes. They were paid into the website.
Good. So Simon closed those groups because he felt that I am going to overshadow him. Like I said, my document is recognized with Biafra. But most of the people fighting this freedom have Nigerian passports. Go and take a picture or wear a cap. Take a biometric passport. A place where they write Nigeria, beside it write Biafra. It is going to help you to process the passport, UN passport. And then when it expires, you stretch off that Nigeria, Biafra remains. Automatically, the data in the United Nations will now be replaced with Biafra instead of Nigeria. You know, most of the preachings that Simon ever preached, he forgot it. I am not his fans, but I watch his program. I watch his program. He said that we are going to bring Biafra from diaspora if Nigeria did not give it to us. He has forgotten this. And the way to have this Biafra from diaspora is for us to be recognized as Biafra. That is where this document comes in. He has forgotten, but I never forgot. Because when he made that very preaching, he pushed me to go and make sure that Biafra is recognized in my document.
All right, Mazi.
So what am I trying to say here?
Okay. Because of time,
we are here to expose.
Most 3 hours, yes.
A lot of things.
Let
me hold it here.
All right, thank you so much, Mazi Odinkemma. We appreciate you. I wish we have enough time so that you can say some other things. Because of the time, we already spent 3 hours. We have 2 minutes to make it 3 hours. So we don't want to bore people and get them to. So we'll always have time. I've decided that from now, I'll be looking up to whatever will be posted, whatever Simon will say, because we called him to the boardroom to discuss. He decided to bring us out and to want to blackmail us. I can never stand anybody blackmailing me because I know I'm standing on the truth. I've never been blackmailed by anybody. Those ones who tried to blackmail me later found out that I'm standing for the truth. So if anytime they come out now with any information, I will also come out. Since it has now become a media thing, I will also make myself available to also engage them by media. Since we have tried to be gentlemen to talk in the boardroom, he feels that he's not a leader that can discuss in the boardroom. He feels he is a leader that will come to social media and try to rubbish other people. I too will also come to social media. So I'm waiting. I heard of 247 who says I was giving money, I was collecting money here and there. I'm waiting for him to bring evidence. But when I have time to talk about him, I'll talk about him. Maybe he wants me to talk about him. But all those people who are talking about so many things and just abusing and all of that, time will tell. You're going to know if we are standing for the truth or not. But we know that what we're doing here is to help you. We're not going to build a nation where I'm not going to be part of that kind of nation. I didn't leave Nigeria. If it's about being in criminality, then I should remain in Nigeria because I know I can be criminal in Nigeria and make money. I can do it very well. I have the brain to be criminal and make money in Nigeria. But since we say we want to have Biafra, I know I can be criminal in Nigeria and make money.
Sorry, do you want me to continue?
No, but that is why you are from Ghana. You are not a
That's his business. Even if I'm a Ghanaian, I have a right to fight for Biafra. That's his business. Maybe he wants to know where I'm from. I don't have time for Gaddafi. If he says I'm a Ghanaian, yes, I agree. And I want to fight for Biafra. I have the right because I love Biafra. Somebody, Mayrock Bruce, set himself ablaze. He's a Colombian. He went to British Embassy in Colombia and set himself ablaze and killed himself.
Do you want me to continue?
Was not a Biafra. So Odinkemma, please, even if you're just going to use just 2 minutes, please just round off. Maybe you have something to say, just 2 minutes so that we can close this program and then we can go. Thank you so much, please. Just please bear with us with that.
Who do you say want to
Odinkemma say you want to say something also. I think I heard it.
Yeah, I want to go because I am.
All right.
So I kind of had a voice message.
I am going to say that we are going to continue this very program.
1,
Am I right?
Yes, we're going to. We're going to definitely. And I
So
want to respond to I want to respond to a lady here. She said,
just tune in.
Please, sorry.
I am
please.
going to restream it immediately. For those of you that have not watched it, or maybe want to listen to it again, because we've been here for like 3 hours now.
Yes. Yes.
So you go and watch it at Mazi, Odinkemma Nwachineke 2 on YouTube. Good night.
Right. Thank you so much, Mazi. Matthias Gloria says, I'm destroying everything. Well, we tried to be diplomatic. We wanted to deal with things in-house. And Simon decided to come to social media. He's not the only one who can come to social media. You cannot rubbish people's names on social media and expect them to be quiet. We called him twice. The first time he did it, we kept quiet. Did I say anything? I've not said anything since then, in spite of all the things and all of that. The second time again, he now came all out. And the third time again, of course, he has come all out, which is the last one he was doing yesterday. So anytime it comes to social media to talk about anybody and to blackmail anybody, I'll also come out on social media. Let's keep doing the best. If you think that I'm your enemy for that, well, that's your business, because I know that I'm standing on the truth. And I know that everybody here in this panel stands for the truth. So you cannot come and rubbish me and think that I'll keep quiet. And everybody wants to say, hey, don't say anything. Please don't talk. No, it doesn't work that way. If you don't want us to talk, go back to Simon, tell him, stop this nonsense and call people in the boardroom and discuss. You are talking to men. You're not talking to boys. These are people who are dignified in their own areas. I am dignified in my own area. I know what I've done. He doesn't know things about me. So I've done lots. For the fact that I humble myself under him and begin to work under him doesn't mean he'll come and rubbish me in public. Anything that we will make Simon to come and rubbish me in public, or any of them to rubbish me in public, I'll come all out from today. It's a promise. I'm not going to be quiet anymore. I'm going to come and I'm going to say more things, and I'm going to bring evidences. So we've just done an introduction today. If he continues to come on social media thinking that leadership means to spoil things, and you people think that I'm the one spoiling things, then something is wrong with you. Because if your leader cannot come to the boardroom to discuss, he comes to social media to castigate and jeopardize issues, and you think that the person who is coming to defend himself is the one causing problems, then something is wrong with you. So forget all this sentiment and all these emotions you guys are playing here. Go back and talk to him. Let him go to the boardroom and discuss with people. We're going to raise a panel. Asuka must give account of the monies that she has spent. She must give account. The issue of the house, she said, was burnt. She must give account. The issue of the men who are being killed, she must give account, because we want to know what is happening. So a panel will be raised, and Biafrans have a right to raise panel. It's just like when you have an issue in a nation, the people have a right. Then you have human rights organizations, you have other people. They raise a panel, they work, they do the underground work. And when you have facts, you bring it out to the public. And that is why you can go to court. That is why you can take the government to court. So if you say I don't have rights, well, something's wrong with you, go and learn.
And we're going to do it on public.
Yes,
we are going to do it on public.
It's going to be a public panel. So we're not here to hide anything. If you think I'm a criminal, you have information about me as being a criminal, bring it out. Bring it out. Bring it out. We're not hiding. So if you have a fact about anybody being a criminal, or somebody collected money somewhere or stole money, bring it out. So thank you so much.
When we start, we are going to be transparent.
Very well, very transparent.
When we start, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to be showing you how much that we have, how much we gathered. You will be seeing everything, and the men, they are going to be in one command, getting what they're supposed to get. Take care of their families. Families are part of the things that Azuka and Simon promised them. Biafrans, do you know that even the Telegram, where they are paying $100 every month, it has been deleted. All the evidences have been deleted. But we have it.
Deleted? No.
We have it on video. We are going to play it for you. So this panel is going to be on public, giving the account. Because a lot of men complain that they are not getting anything. Some say 5 months, some say 4 months, some say 7 months, some say 9 months.
Because of that.
They are not getting anything.
God.
Yes.
A lot of
you people should just think about
commanders
if you are the one
been sidelined.
how will you feel?
They are not getting anything.
Mazi Odinkemma, what I just want to say is that we
Those
have
ones that stand on the doctrine of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, he is now using the ones that are loyal to him, planning to go and attack and eliminate the commander of Ebonyi State.
Please, can you give me space? I need to talk.
So all
I'm going
these
to
things
work,
must stop.
please.
All right, please. Just
It must stop.
Just round up.
Let's all round off
Yes,
because we will have plenty of
round up.
time. Let's all round
Yes,
off
let's
here.
round up, please. 1 minute each. Let's talk 1 minute each. And then
1 minute each. 1 minute each, please.
Yes. Yes, let's do it 1 minute each. Madam Mickey, please. 1 minute.
Okay. Again, we never anticipated that we are going to land, it's going to be this way again. Never. All we wanted is, we asked DOS for panel. I remember Azuka was the one shouting, we want a panel. So why is he not getting a panel during this her own time? Why is she refusing a panel then? Was she not the one that was shouting, we want panel, DOS want panel, and DOS is saying no? And the same thing Azuka that's crying for panel. We are saying we want a panel because this is not right. You cannot be starving men for 6 months, 7 months, 5 months, not
9
feeding
months.
money, and they are all crying. What do you expect us to do? I am one of the Umada. So anybody that tells me, Madam, you don't know what you're talking, I have all the evidences. So keep quiet, and we don't want to go there. I do not want all these evidences to be coming out. Never. We want things to be sought inside the house. Let us sort this inside the house, because that is how mature people handle things. That is how people that know that they have genuine, you are genuine in whatever you are doing, that you have no hidden agenda. If you know you have no hidden agenda, we need a panel so that we can go and sort all these things out, because these men are our men. These are not the DOS criminal men, or these are not the criminals. These are our men. We need them to come in, because if we are going to fight for freedom, to get our freedom, we need these men. They have sacrificed their life. What they need is for us to take care of their welfare. What they need is for us to contribute, and the money reach out to them. The money does not, you cannot say this money is not coming. Then if you say it's not coming, let us know how much we are earning, so that we can be able, 1 or 2 or 3 people or 4 people, we know, okay, we are not earning much, then we cannot back it up. In this case, do you want me to back Azuka up and say, yes, we are not earning enough money, whereas no accountability, whereas no transparency? That is how I started. I said things are going wrong. Things has to be done right. So that is my point. If you, you started very well. You started very well. Please, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say, do not let the devil enter you. I keep telling that to you. Do not let the devil enter you. If this time around, I don't know. We are ọ bụrụ na enwere ihe eji wee jide gị wee mee gị ka ịfụzi eziokwu na ị na-asị ekuzi ị na-edefend ihe ọjọọ, ka Chineke wepụ ya ka ịfụ eziokwu ka ikwu bịa, because this is not you. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Ife. Mazi and Chidozie, please.
Okay. Day one.
Just 1 minute, please. Please just make it brief because of time. Yeah.
All right. Eziokwu Bundo. Truth is life. So no matter how messy it is, as long as we're talking the truth, as long as we're telling the truth, that's what it takes. Truth is life. Those that want to lie, that's the opposite, death. Quick thing about what's going on ground. The immediate, what is immediate is the infighting. Biafrans cannot allow their donations to be used to manipulate and threaten ESN. We have now put you on notice. If you say you didn't know, that's up to you. Ask questions. Nobody said don't support. If you're going to support, ask questions. Hold the people accountable. Don't be psychophants. Don't be reckless. If you're going to, you want to know how does he manage that money that is given to him? You don't want to ask. All you want to say, don't say this, don't say that about him. No. Because you're responsible for any evil that is done with that. You supported, you didn't ask questions, you didn't check, and somebody uses it and misuses it, and you come around and say, I didn't know. No, now you know. We put you on notice. So you should be asking for a panel. You should be calling for accountability. Day one. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Mazi.
So, Mazi,
Mazi,
Mazi Ambrose, let me just
yes, Mazi can,
take
yes.
let me
Yes.
take the mic. Nwachineke. What I would just want to say is that we have tried to come out here to set the record straight. And what I want to say to the Biafrans is, those that are close to Simon Ekpa should go back to him and tell him that he still have some chances to come to the panel where he's been called, so this issue will be resolved, because as na Ade Jimbabu were allowed. And another thing, the bank to say that na ebe belu go belu, in case ni biama be kan kokuya, that is justice. We all know this. As na Ojiofo Ghana. So why I'm saying this is just that without justice in whatever you are doing, there will never be peace. And this justice is what we are just clamoring for now. We need justice in every questions that have been asked. And for it not to escalate, as people have been saying different manner of things they are saying or writing against this very broadcast and this panel, they should as well as go back to the person in this very issue, which is the spokesperson to Autopilot. We are all one family, that he should come back and respond to the call that he was called. So this issue will be resolved and we can move forward for the restoration of Biafra. This is just what I have for the Biafran people. They will.
Thank you so much, Mazi Ken. We want to move forward. Mazi Odinkemma, do you have anything to say? Just 1 minute, please. Okay, I think he's gone. So he has already spoken. So Prince, please take it up.
Right. I want to make
we
sure
can put next time. We can put it next time.
Okay. Okay. Mazi. All right, no problem.
So can I go now? Can I do it now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you. Bikon, Ayomono. And of course, what I'm saying now is primarily to the 6 people here, not necessarily to Biafrans. I need you all to know, I'm going to hand over here, that you must ignore statements makana water na on our. In fact, we should know Simon, but the criminals will first of all call you criminals. That is what happens in nature. So unugemeriri ignore, and don't forget that in these social networking systems, people will, especially the real criminals, will different names, but the same person make the comment. The same person. So don't go thinking, oh, they are not understanding. No. There are people who are in this place, one person, but 6 names. Or in fact, it could be the real person you're talking about, just coming from different angles, pretending as if now the genuine Biafrans will know the truth. They see the light. They test every spirit. Okay? The most important thing is to hold on to that message of Nnamdi Kanu. Any Biafran, anybody in this world who knows what to say or do to get Biafra, they should go and say and do that. And it is on that platform that we know that not in a trillion years will any one person or group of individuals stop Biafra from coming. I rest my case here for now because I know more will come. Yes. And Biafra is here. We just want to make sure that we are not carrying Nigeria with us when we go into Biafra, because God is destining Biafra to do a specific work. And if we fail in doing that work, the wrath of God will be upon us, and we would wish Fulani to be upon us. Because if we fail to do that which God had assigned for Biafra to do, the wrath of God will be upon us, and we will regret it forever. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I want to appreciate everybody. We have to go now. We will always, of course,
thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful what you said.
Thank you so much. We're going to decide on what, of course, we are still going to meet and discuss and know what next to do. We're expecting in many ways to respond to us so that we can sort out these things. indoors, not coming to social media again. But if he wants to come to social media, we'll also come again.
That's up to him. However he wants to deal with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're all on autopilot. So thank you.
Yes, we're on autopilot. So that's what it means. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Madam Ife. Thank you, Mazi Odinkemma. Thank you so much, Ken. Thank you so much, Chidozie. Thank you so much, Prince. Thank you so much, all. And all Biafrans, true Biafrans with the spirit of God in them. Thank you so much. Those of you who can go back, sit down.
Thank you very much.
And you'll get the truth. And the truth will set you and make you free. Thank you so much, all. We'll meet you again. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoning and DIA Director Lieutenant General Scott Barrier. Thank you all for coming before the committee today to discuss the intelligence community's annual worldwide threat assessment. This is an opportunity for agencies to brief this oversight committee and, most importantly, the American public about the numerous threats and challenges facing our country. Our nation's intelligence professionals are America's eyes and ears. They provide crucial intelligence assessments and warnings to policymakers so that we might address not just immediate threats, but dangers on the horizon. I'd like to thank you and, importantly, the thousands of men and women of America's intelligence community whom you represent for their quiet, unsung, and often unacknowledged service. I think we all know, and we see this on a daily basis, we live in an increasingly challenging and complex world. While the ongoing war in Ukraine has shown that conventional military capabilities are still important, I think the very nature of national security is undergoing a profound transformation. National security in 2023 is not the same as it was in 1993, for that matter, in 2003. We can no longer just pay attention to who has the most tanks, airplanes, or missiles. We also need to focus on technology, R&D dollars, strategic investment flows, and supply chains, because whoever leads and wins the challenges in technology domains will have an edge in national security competition in the future. We've already seen this with the outsized impact of cyber tools, which now give both state and non-state actors alike the power to cripple countries' critical infrastructure and entire economies from behind a keyboard without firing a single shot. And we're increasingly seeing rising competition in the technology space with authoritarian regimes that are challenging democratic norms at home and around the world. The People's Republic of China under President Xi and the Chinese Communist Party is now, unfortunately, a near-peer competitor with our country in its economy, technology, and military capabilities. And I think it is more important than just political correctness to emphasize, at least in my mind, our beef is with Xi Jinping, the Communist Party, and their authoritarian tendencies. It is not with the Chinese people. It is not with the Chinese diaspora. It is not with Chinese Americans or Asian Americans, who oftentimes have been the strongest critics of the increasingly authoritarian regime of the Xi government and are often victims themselves of CCP's repression. While America was focused for 2 decades on counterterrorism, China was racing to overtake the United States in a range of emerging and foundational technologies, such as advanced wireless communications, semiconductors, quantum, synthetic biology, and next-generation energy, as well as taking not only the extraction, but the processing of rare earth minerals that are so critical in so many of those technologies. The PRC has also become an active player in the international technology standard-setting bodies and is embedding itself in global supply chains. All of this is why the United States must aggressively invest in talents, tools, and research to lead in tomorrow's technologies. Today, you will undoubtedly be asked about the IC's assessment on the origins of COVID-19. Let's be clear. Despite China's denials, it is entirely fair for us to ask whether the virus that has killed at least 6.8 million people so far might have been accidentally released from a lab in Wuhan. That these questions are even necessary is a testament to the failings of the Chinese system and stands in contrast to the openness of our own public health officials during the pandemic. The lack of transparency in China's authoritarian systems may mean that we will never be absolutely certain where COVID-19, or God forbid, the next pandemic, could have or will next originate. Looking towards Russia, we are now in the second of Ukraine. The IC, and I'm going to commend so many of you, did an incredible job of predicting Putin's plans and issuing warnings about the invasion, declassifying and sharing intelligence in a timely way. And I know for many of you that was totally against your grain, but making that declassification in a timely way, I really think upended Russia's plans and kept Putin off his game. Over the last years, Ukrainians have displayed resolve, bravery, resourcefulness as they have defended their country against Russia's ruthless invasion. NATO is more united than ever, and democracies around the world have rallied with unprecedented assistance to Ukraine in training, intelligence sharing, humanitarian, and modern military equipment. I hope that we'll hear from the IC assessment of the trajectory of this bloody conflict and what we think the end game will be, while at the same time, obviously maintaining Ukraine's right to exist as a sovereign nation. I'm sure that we will discuss the multitude of other threats, from rogue states like Iran and North Korea, to emerging global health threats, to the threat of global warming, as well as the threats presented to the IC's workforce by anomalous health incidents, or AHIs. All of your agencies rely on world-class talent of your workforce. And that's why this committee will continue our efforts to ensure on federal clearance reform, security clearance reform. Hiring and retention is so important to make sure we maintain that world-class workforce. Last thing to note, and I think I speak for everyone on both sides of the aisle on this committee. We still have unfinished business regarding the classified documents that we need to see in order for this intelligence committee to effectively oversee its job on intelligence oversights. We must resolve this issue soon. The challenges we face are more varied and dynamic than ever, and clearly you all have your hands full. But we also have, I think, in this hearing, particularly for the public part, a chance to underscore conviction in our values and our efforts to reinvigorate our allies around the world, and to be clear-eyed about the threats that authoritarian regimes like China and Russia place. So I look forward to today's discussion, and with that, I'll turn it over to the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for coming in here today. You know, for 2 decades after the end of the Cold War, our country, the United States, was the world's sole superpower. And that gave us the luxury to hope for a world in which Russia and China were coming into convergence with the values that of the free world. And I think also gave us the luxury of entertaining this fantasy that somehow free trade and globalizing the economy would produce peace, prosperity, and prevent nation-state rivalry. And that brief period of time between the end of the Cold War and very recently was a historic anomaly. The truth is that if you look at 500 years of geopolitics, it's been defined by great power competition. And that's where we find ourselves once again. It's clear there's not going to be any convergence of values. It's clear that globalization led to the rise of China, but it also deindustrialized America, created long and vulnerable supply chains. It eroded our middle class, it left our society deeply divided along socioeconomic lines. And we now find ourselves in a new world. One divided between the free nations, led still by America, an authoritarian and tyrannical bloc led by Beijing, and then dozens and dozens of developing countries that are leveraging both sides against each other on issue after issue to cut the best deal for themselves. So today, what we gather here, as we do once a year, to discuss the worldwide threats facing our country. And those threats, there are no shortage of them. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, global terrorism, narco-terrorists operating just right off and across our border and even in the homeland. All these are very serious threats. But it is my view that the greatest threat facing America is not another country. It is whether or not we have the ability and the willingness to accurately assess and appropriately adapt our foreign and domestic policies in this time of historic, revolutionary, and disruptive technological, social, economic, and geopolitical changes. The answer to that question is not just going to determine the direction of our country. The answer to that question will define the 21st century. And on this matter, I believe that the intelligence community has a critical and vital role to play. First, because the changes we must make will have to overcome complacency, bureaucratic resistance, opposition from interest groups who benefit from the status quo, and frankly, public discomfort. with the consequences of some of the changes we're going to need to make. Complacency because we've relied on our power advantages and we've forgotten what it's like to live in a world where we have near peer competitors. Bureaucratic resistance because our government, frankly, the commentary class, think tanks, academia, to some extent even Congress, is still filled with officials who came of age in the post-Cold War fantasy about the end of history. Opposition from powerful interests because multinational corporations that dominate and have consolidated some of our most important industries are deeply invested in foreign supply chains and in the current state of the global economy. And public discomfort, frankly, because we've become a society addicted to cheap products from China and viral videos on TikTok. Overcoming all this will only be possible if we can motivate policymakers and convince our citizens of the need to act on at least 5 distinct areas of great power competition and potentially great power conflict. It's a military competition, one in which we can no longer rely on overwhelming advantages to deliver relatively quick success. It's a diplomatic and political competition for influence in multilateral institutions and over important and entering into and maintaining important international alliances. It's an economic and industrial competition over critical industries, supply chains, access to resources, the flow of capital. It's a scientific and technological competition on areas ranging from precision medicine, artificial intelligence, cyber, the digital economy, quantum computing, control over valuable personal data, and protecting innovation and intellectual property. And it's an informational competition involving closed and controlled societies dedicated to using our openness to divide us against each other here at home and drive disinformation to further their narrative and undermine our standing in the world. In the 21st century, providing policymakers information on these areas of competition and understanding how they intersect with one another is a vital and critical national priority. And only our intelligence agencies have the resources and the broad-based insight needed to provide this. Intelligence work today is not just about collecting state secrets and protecting our own. It is now also increasingly about the important analysis of what all of these factors mean tied together, so that we as policymakers can decide what matters and what doesn't, so that we can prioritize the urgent over the important. Getting this wrong is the single greatest threat facing our country, and getting it right, the single most important task we have at hand. So I hope we can hear in this open setting how each of the agencies represented here today is adjusting to this historic challenge, because we simply have no time to waste. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rubio. For members and audience, the run of show this morning is we're going to have an open session now. We are going to work through the votes this morning, and we will, Vice Chairman and I will take turns getting out to vote. We will go immediately into a closed session, and we'll kind of bring lunch along the way. We want to make sure we take advantage of as much time as needed with our distinguished panel. And unlike, although we've got great attendance at the gavel, we are going to go by seniority today, just because I know a lot of members have got other committee meetings as well this morning. With that, I think Director Haynes, are you going to start us off?
Yes, Chairman, I'll deliver the statement for the group in a sense. Chairman Warner, Vice Chairman Rubio, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today alongside my wonderful colleagues on behalf of the extraordinary public servants we lead in the intelligence community to present the IC's annual threat assessment. Before I start, I just want to publicly thank the men and women of the intelligence community whose work we're presenting today. From the collector to the analyst and everybody in between, who made it possible for us to bring you the annual threat assessment in hopes that this work will help keep our country safe and prosperous. Thank you. This year's assessment notes that during the coming year, the United States and its allies will face an international security environment dominated by 2 sets of strategic challenges that intersect with each other and existing trends to intensify their national security implications. First, great powers, rising regional powers, and an evolving array of non-state actors are vying for influence and impact in the international system, including over the standards and rules that will shape the global order for decades to come. The next few years are critical as strategic competition with China and Russia intensifies, in particular over how the world will evolve and whether the rise of authoritarianism can be checked and reversed. Other threats are, of course, also individually significant, but how well we stay ahead of and manage this competition will be fundamental to our success at navigating everything else. Second, challenges that transcend borders, including climate change, human and health security, and economic needs made worse by energy and food security, as well as Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine, are converging as the planet emerges from the COVID-19 pandemic, and all at the same time as great powers are challenging long-standing norms for transnational cooperation. And further compounding this dynamic is the impact that rapidly emerging technologies are having on governance, business, society, and intelligence around the world. And given that background, perhaps needless to say, the People's Republic of China, which is increasingly challenging the United States economically, technologically, politically, and militarily around the world, remains our unparalleled priority. Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, under President Xi Jinping, will continue efforts to achieve Xi's vision of making China the preeminent power in East Asia and a major power on the world stage. To fulfill Xi's vision, however, the CCP is increasingly convinced that it can only do so at the expense of US power and influence, and by using coordinated whole-of-government tools to demonstrate strength and compel neighbors to acquiesce to its preferences, including its land, sea, and air claims in the region and its assertions of sovereignty over Taiwan. Last October, President Xi secured his third five-year term as China's leader at the 20th Party Congress. And as we meet today, China's national legislature is in session, formally appointing Xi and confirming his choice to lead the PRC's State Council, as well as its ministries and the leaders of the military, legislature, and judicial branches. And after more than a decade of serving as China's top leader, Xi's control over key levers of power gives him significant power and influence over most issues. Xi has surrounded himself with like-minded loyalists at the apex of the party's standing committee, China's highest decision-making body, and we assess that during the course of Xi's third term, they will together attempt to press Taiwan on unification, undercut US influence, which they perceive as a threat, and drive wedges between Washington and its allies and partners, and promote certain norms that favor China's authoritarian system. And you may have seen Xi's recent criticism during his speech on Monday of what he referred to as America's suppression of China, reflecting his longstanding distrust of US goals and his apparent belief that the United States seeks to, quote unquote, contain China. And Xi's speech this week was the most public and direct criticism that we've seen from him to date, and probably reflects growing pessimism in Beijing about China's relationship with the United States, as well as Xi's growing worries about the trajectory of China's domestic economic development and indigenous technology innovation, challenges that he now blames on the United States. He also wants to message his populist and regional actors that the US bears the responsibility for any coming increase in tensions. And despite this more public and directly critical rhetoric, however, we assess that Beijing still believes it benefits most by preventing a spiraling of tensions and by preserving stability in its relationship with the United States. And specifically, Beijing wants to preserve stability in East Asia, avoid triggering additional economic punishments from US sanctions and US partners, and showcase a steady relationship with the United States to help avoid setbacks in its other relationships around the world, even while signaling opposition to claimed US provocations, including the shootdown of the PRC balloon. He wants a period of relative calm to give China the time and stability it needs to address growing domestic difficulties. And Xi's principal focus is on domestic economic development, which is not assured. In fact, the IC assesses that China's long-term economic growth will continue to decelerate because China's era of rapid catch-up growth is ending, and structural issues such as debt, demographics, inequality, over-reliance on investment, and suppressed consumption remain. And although the CCP may find ways to overcome its structural challenges over the long term, in the short term, the CCP continues to take an increasingly aggressive approach to external affairs, pursuing its goal of building a world-class military, expanding its nuclear arsenal, pursuing counter-space weapons capable of targeting US and allied satellites, forcing foreign companies and coercing foreign countries to allow the transfer of technology and intellectual property in order to boost its indigenous capabilities, continuing to increase global supply chain dependencies on China with the aim of using such technologies and dependencies rather to threaten and cut off foreign countries during a crisis, expanding the cyber pursuits and increasing the threat of aggressive cyber operations against the US homeland and foreign partners, and expanding influence operations, including through the export of digital repression technologies. And the CCP will also seek to reshape global governance in line with his preferences and governance standards that support its monopoly of power within China. Beijing is elevating PRC candidates and policies at the UN, attempting to gain buy-in for Xi's development and global initiatives, promotes blocs like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization as a counterweight to the West, and shape multilateral groupings such as the formerly 17+1 Forum in Eastern Europe, but with mixed success. In brief, the CCP represents both the leading and most consequential threat to US national security and leadership globally, and its intelligence-specific ambitions and capabilities make it, for us, our most serious and consequential intelligence rival. During the past year, the threat has been additionally complicated by a deepening collaboration with Russia, which also remains an area, obviously, of intense focus for the intelligence community. In fact, we were last here for our ATA hearing last year. It was only a few weeks after Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine. And now we are over a year into the war, which is reshaping not only Russia's global relationships and strategic standing, but also our own, strengthening our alliances and partnerships in ways that President Putin almost certainly did not anticipate, often precipitating the very events that he was trying to avoid, such as Sweden and Finland's petition to join NATO. And on the battlefield, there is currently a grinding attritional war in which neither side has a definitive military advantage. And the day-to-day fighting is over hundreds of meters, currently focused largely in Donetsk, as Russia tries to capture the remainder of the oblast. The Russians are making incremental progress on Bakhmut, which is not a particularly strategic objective, but are otherwise facing considerable constraints, including personnel and ammunition shortages, dysfunction within the military's leadership, exhaustion, as well as morale challenges. And even as the Russian offensive continues, they are experiencing high casualty rates. Putin is likely better understanding the limits of what his military is capable of achieving and appears to be focused on more modest military objectives for now. Export controls and sanctions are hampering Russia's war effort, particularly by restricting access to foreign components necessary to produce weapon systems. And if Russia does not initiate a mandatory mobilization and identify substantial third-party ammunition supplies, it will be increasingly challenging for them to sustain even the current level of offensive operations in the coming months, and consequently, they may fully shift to holding and defending the territories they now occupy. In short, we do not foresee the Russian military recovering enough this year to make major territorial gains, but Putin most likely calculates that time works in his favor and that prolonging the war, including with potential pauses in the fighting, may be his best remaining pathway to eventually securing Russia's strategic interests in Ukraine, even if it takes years. And Ukraine, of course, also faces challenges. Ukraine's prospects for success in a major spring offensive will probably hinge on a number of factors. And at present, the Ukrainian armed forces remain locked in a struggle to defend against Russian offenses across eastern Ukraine. And while these Russian assaults are costly for Russia, the extent to which Ukrainian forces are having to draw down their reserves and equipment, as well as suffer further casualties, will all likely factor into Ukraine's ability to go on the offensive later this spring. The IC continues to monitor Putin's reactions and his nuclear saber rattling. Our analysts assess that his current posturing is intended to deter the West from providing additional support to Ukraine as he weighs a further escalation of the conflict. He probably will still remain confident that Russia can eventually militarily defeat Ukraine and wants to prevent Western support from tipping the balance and forcing a conflict with NATO. And of course, the already considerable human toll of the conflict is only increasing. In addition to the many tens of thousands casualties suffered by the Russians and Ukrainian militaries, more than 8 million people have been forced to flee Ukraine since Russia invaded. And there is widespread reporting of atrocities committed by Russian forces, including deliberate strikes against non-military targets, such as Ukraine's civilian population and civilian infrastructure, particularly its energy facilities and electric grid. Russia and its proxy groups almost certainly are using so-called filtration operations to detain and forcibly deport tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians to Russia. The IC is engaged with other parts of the US government to document and hold Russia and Russian actors accountable for their actions. The reaction to the invasion from countries around the world has been resolute, hurting Russia's reputation and generating criticism at home. And Moscow has suffered losses that will require years of rebuilding and leave it less capable of posing a conventional military threat to Europe and operating assertively in Eurasia and on the global stage. And as a result, Russia will become even more reliant on asymmetric options, such as nuclear, cyber, space capabilities, and on China. And our assessment also covers Iran, which continues to pursue its long-standing ambitions for regional leadership and is a threat to US persons directly and via proxy attacks. Iran also remains a threat to Israel, both directly through its missile and UAV forces and indirectly through its support of Lebanese Hezbollah and other proxies. And most concerning, Iran has accelerated the expansion of its nuclear program, stating that it is no longer constrained by JCPOA limits and has undertaken research and development activities that would bring it closer to producing the fissile material necessary for completing a nuclear device following a decision to do so. North Korea similarly remains a proliferation concern as it continues its efforts to steadily expand and enhance its nuclear and conventional capabilities, targeting the United States and our allies, periodically using aggressive and potentially destabilizing actions to reshape the regional security environment in its favor and to reinforce its status as a de facto nuclear power. And in addition, regional challenges such as interstate conflicts, key cases of instability, and poor governance developments also pose growing challenges. In Africa and in the developing world, increased poverty, hindered economic growth, and widened inequality are creating the conditions that are feeding domestic unrest, insurgencies, democratic backsliding, authoritarianism, and cross-border conflict spillover. And several parts of the Middle East will remain plagued by war over the year, insurgencies, and corruption. In the Western Hemisphere, persistent economic weakness, insecurity, and corruption are fueling public frustration and anti-status quo pressures that very likely will present governance challenges to leaders while also posing sustained spillover, migration, criminal, and economic challenges for the United States. And throughout the world, countries are struggling to maintain democratic systems and prevent the rise of authoritarians, in some cases because Russia and China are helping autocrats take or hold power. And as I noted at the outset, transnational challenges interact in this complex system along with more traditional threats and often reinforce each other, creating compounding and cascading risks to US national security. For example, climate change remains an urgent threat that will increasingly exacerbate risks to US national security as the physical impacts increase and geopolitical tensions mount over the global response to the challenge. And now entering its fourth year, the COVID-19 pandemic remains one of the most significant threats to global public health at a cost of more than 6.5 million lives and trillions of dollars in lost economic output to date. In addition to direct effects of the pandemic result in economic, human security, political, national security implications of COVID-19 continue to strain recovery efforts, presenting both known and unforeseen challenges that probably will ripple through society and the global economy during the next year and for years to come. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has aggravated COVID-19 related fragilities in the global economy, raised commodity prices, fueled market volatility, and contributed to food insecurity and financial instability. And the combination of elevated energy and food prices has increased the number of individuals facing extreme poverty and food insecurity. Affected countries will struggle to reverse those trends through 2023, even if global food prices stabilize. And Russia's war in Ukraine can be blamed for this intensifying effects. something much of the world also understands and that others, including China, will have to come to terms with as they consider to what extent they want to continue assisting or enabling Russia. And climate change, the pandemic, and conflicts are exacerbating irregular migration, and in the Western Hemisphere, push and pull factors that drive migrants to the United States, such as deteriorating socioeconomic and security conditions, misperceptions of US policies, and employment opportunities in the United States will almost certainly persist through 2023. Transnational criminal organizations exploit migrants through extortion, kidnapping, and human trafficking, including sex trafficking and forced labor. These organizations also continue to pose a direct threat through the production and trafficking of lethal illicit drugs, massive theft, financial and cyber crimes, money laundering, eroding the rule of law in partner nations. And in particular, the threat from illicit drugs is at historic levels, with the robust supply of synthetic opioids from Mexican TCOs continuing to play a major role in driving American overdose deaths to over 100,000 annually. And terrorism, of course, remains a persistent threat, but the problem is evolving. Individuals and cells adhering to ideologies espoused by ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and transnational racially or ethnically motivated violent extremist movements in particular pose significant threats to US persons, facilities, and interests. And then two indirect threats that I think are worth highlighting in the report. New technologies, particularly in the field of AI and biotechnologies, are being developed and proliferating faster than companies and governments are able to shape norms governing their use, protect against privacy challenges associated with them, and prevent dangerous outcomes that they can trigger. The convergence of emerging technologies is likely to create breakthroughs that are not as predictable and that risk a rapid development of more interconnected, asymmetric threats to US interests. And relatedly, foreign states' malicious use of digital information and communication technologies will become more pervasive, automated, targeted, and complex during the next few years, threatening to distort publicly available information and probably outpacing efforts to protect digital freedoms and at the same time educate audiences on how to distinguish fact from propaganda. Authoritarian governments usually are the principal offenders of digital repression, and of course, democracies with open information environments are the most vulnerable to them. In closing, I want to bring to your attention an absolutely crucial authority that will expire at the end of this year if Congress does not act. Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I can tell you without hesitation that Section 702 was relied upon in gathering intelligence that was relevant to putting together this assessment, and it is hard to overestimate, frankly, the importance of this authority to our work across the board. FISA Section 702 provides unique intelligence on foreign intelligence targets at a speed and reliability that we cannot replicate with any other authority. And Section 702 was originally enacted with the primary focus of enabling the US government to quickly collect on the communications of terrorists abroad. The authority allows the IC to require foreign intelligence from non-US people located outside of the United States who are using US electronic communication service providers. 702 is still vital to our counterterrorism mission as evidenced by its key role in the United States government's operations against former al-Qaeda Ayman al-Zawahiri, but 702 is now principally relied upon for vital insights across a range of high priority threats. Malicious cyber actors targeting US critical infrastructure, US government efforts to stop components of weapons of mass destruction from reaching foreign actors, and even key intelligence related to threats emanating from China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. I realize that 702 is a powerful authority, and it is incumbent on all of us in the intelligence community to ensure that the privacy and civil liberty interests of Americans are built into its design and implemented at every level. And over the last many years, we have significantly expanded oversight, dedicated resource to compliance in order to do just that, and we welcome the opportunity to work with you on reauthorizing this critical authority. Thank you so much for your patience, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Director Haynes. And again, this is a critically important time for not only those of us on the committee, but the public at large to see the intelligence community leadership. I personally believe the value of 702, but we're going to have to lean in on being willing to have the same kind of courage of declassification that we showed in advance of Putin's invasion of Ukraine to make the case to the American public, and for that matter, to skeptical members of Congress in terms of how this is not simply used as an anti-terrorism tool, but also in terms of our competition with Russia and China. I'm going to take my time and come back to the question, the changing nature of national security. I made comments that national security today is different than it was in 1993 or 2003. At that moment in time, perhaps relatively simpler times, we looked at our adversaries in terms of how many tanks and planes and guns they might have. Increasingly, I believe, and I think the vast majority of us on this committee believe, the competition falls into who wins various technology domains. General Nakasone and I were talking before the session today about how then Chairman Burr and I were trying to make the case that Huawei posed a national security threat to American telecom providers and others. It took us years to make that case, and we are still recovering from that activity. I think about more recently, Senator Cornyn and I and others on this committee recognized that we'd fallen far behind in the research, development, and fabrication, the making of semiconductor chips. And again, in a broad bipartisan way, Congress reacted to that. The vast majority of us on this committee think that increasing Chinese use of mobile apps like TikTok. And while we have different approaches, I know the Vice Chairman and I very much believe that the TikTok poses a national security threat, both in terms of data collection and in terms of a potentially enormous propaganda tool. What I would like to hear from all of you, and maybe we'll start with Director Wray, but is do you share at least my assessment that national security has to be redefined in 2023 to recognize that domination of technology domains that on the surface do not appear to have anything to do with national security, artificial intelligence, Director Haynes mentioned biotechnology, quantum computing, who wins the challenge around advanced energy. These are national security issues as well. And we have to do a better job of both convincing the public and, quite honestly, some in the business community. We've made progress on the business community, but many are still, as Senator Rubio made mention, inexorably tied to a global supply chain that relies on cheap Chinese goods. How do we make that case? But do you start with accepting the premise that national security has to include who wins each of these technology domains? And I'll just go right down the line.
Well, certainly, Mr. Chairman, I wholeheartedly agree that technology and economic security have become inextricably intertwined with national security. And the efforts this committee has made and that a lot of us in the intelligence community have made to engage the private sector, I think are essential to that. And we just have to keep doubling down on that. You could just look at, for example, on the cyber side, our critical infrastructure is in 85% of it or something is in the hands of the private sector. And if you look at our innovation, if you look at our PII, our personal identifiable information, the percentage is even higher. And if you look at what the Chinese are trying to steal, that's where it is. So we need to be working more and more closely with the business community to try to build resilience. I think there's been a lot of progress that's been made, but we need to make more.
General?
Chairman, I certainly agree on the statement with regards to the changing nature of power. And I think that's where the National Security Agency has always found itself in being able to hardwire to look for what's the next technology we should be chasing. Being able to leverage a workforce that is very, very heavily inculcated with science, technology, engineering, mathematics. But I think the big piece that at least I've learned over the past several years is the fact that it's all about partnerships. It's the partnerships that we have here in the IC. It's the partnerships with the public sector. It's the partnerships that we have to develop that will give us the competitive advantage as we look at this new changing character.
Director Haynes?
Yeah, absolutely agree, obviously, with my colleagues. And I mean, I think one of the things that we have been learning in the intelligence community, exactly as General Nakasone indicated, is our work with the private sector in this space is particularly important. As you know, over my lifetime, I have seen increasingly the innovation of critical foundational technologies occurring in the context of the private sector, and our capacity to work with them to understand essentially what those innovations are and how we can help them protect themselves in this context is another aspect of this that has to be focused on and something we spend a lot of time on.
Director?
No, Mr. Chairman, I fully agree. I think the revolution in technology is not only the main arena for competition with the People's Republic of China, it's also the main determinant of our future as an intelligence service as well. As you know, we've undertaken a number of innovations over the last couple of years to strengthen our capacity on that revolution in technology. For the first time, appointing a chief technology officer, for the first time establishing a CIA-wide technology strategy, creating a new mission center focused largely on technology, and as my colleagues emphasized, building better partnerships, stronger partnerships with the private sector as well as with academia, creating a technology fellows program, because we have to be more flexible in our employment practices as well to attract people who are accomplished in the private sector and the tech sector who may be interested in a couple of years of public service as well. And we're deeply interested in trying to attract those kind of people as well. And then finally, I absolutely agree on the importance of partnerships, not just across the intelligence community, but with others in the executive branch. So as you know, we're working closely with the Department of Commerce and their CHIPS Implementation Act office as well to provide the kind of direct support that I think is essential to that effort as well.
General.
Chairman, I completely agree with the statement. You went back to 1993. I'll go back to 1984. When I came in the Army in 1984, we own the technology. The West owned the technology. We won the Cold War, and then I think we took our eye off that ball. So now it's about how do we apply this asymmetric advantage that we have in this partnership of folks sitting at this table right now who work so closely together to try and defend our nation. Like the other agencies, DIA has hired the right people at the right time to get into this, to try and understand it and make an impact for the Department of Defense.
And I'm over time, but my only closing comment is that does mean we may need to redirect some of the resources. I mean, the idea of China's extraction of cobalt out of the DRC and how they're going to get it back to China becomes a national security issue. The question of China flooding the zone on standard setting bodies to define the next technology rules for beyond 5G to kind of ORAN, open radio access networks, next generation wireless is a national security concern. You know, who's leading the way on biotech innovation becomes a national security concern. And I think we need to make sure that we are both reporting on this and that we are engaging our private sector partners. I agree with Senator Rubio. Too many of our corporate world still believes that that these collaborations inside of China are benign, even though when they turn a blind eye to the literally unprecedented amounts of intellectual property theft, too often because they're making way too much money on investing in China tech. Some of that has changed, but this is an ongoing challenge. Senator Rubio.
Thank you. I'll start with you, Director Ray. Let me ask you, as I'm sure, I know you're familiar with this, the most downloaded app in the world, one of the most downloaded apps in the world, is a social media company, TikTok. Could the Chinese government, through its ownership of ByteDance, that owns ByteDance US, if they wanted to, and ByteDance US were willing to cooperate or forced to cooperate, could they use TikTok to control data on millions of users?
Yes.
Could they use it to control the software on millions of devices, given the opportunity to do so?
Yes.
Could they use it to drive narratives, like to divide Americans against each other? For example, let's say China wants to invade Taiwan, to make sure that Americans are seeing videos arguing why Taiwan belongs to China and why the U.S. should not intervene?
Yes, and I would make the point on that last one in particular that we're not sure that we would see many of the outward signs of it happening if it was happening. And I think the most fundamental piece that cuts across every one of those risks and threats that you mentioned that I think Americans need to understand is that something that's very sacred in our country, the difference between the private sector and the public sector, that's a line that is non-existent in the way the CCP operates.
Do you think it's valuable to look at how TikTok operates in China versus the U.S.? For example, in the U.S., kids are being encouraged to choke themselves out. We've had kids die in China. They're encouraged to focus on math and science and building the country. Is that an example of how two different versions of TikTok, one feeding our society poison and the other inculcating positive values, an example of how potentially or in reality TikTok could be used to damage our country?
I think those are among many sort of telling indicators that we should be looking at in assessing the national security concerns this poses.
So they can collect our data, manipulate information, poison the minds and feed garbage into the minds of millions of people and so forth. Given the threat, that I imagine this is the reason why TikTok is no longer allowed on federal devices pretty soon. No federal devices can have TikTok on it, correct?
Well, certainly at the FBI, no, TikTok never has been, and nor will it be approved. And I think it's my understanding that that's about to be in place across the entire federal government.
So given the weight of all this, does anyone in the panel disagree that TikTok is not a good thing for America? Well, if no one disagrees, my question is then, if TikTok is bad for America, and we've talked about all these disadvantages and potential harm that's caused by it, should the fact that it is popular among people under the age of 35 be the reason why we don't take strong action against it?
Not from my perspective.
Because that's what the Secretary of Commerce said is, that potentially we want to do something about this because it would upset people under the age of 35. So I guess my point, just tie it all up, is this is a substantial national security threat for the country of a kind that we didn't face in the past. So we're still, it's at the end of the day, it's not about, some grown man in the middle of the day putting up videos, that people that have a job shouldn't be putting up. But it's also about all these other things that we've talked about, the data, the ability to manipulate information. I would imagine that if it's probably one of the most valuable surveillance tools on the planet. I mean, if we went out and decided to build something like this of our own to influence or spy on another society, I'm not sure we could build something like this, or even better. And we've invited them in and protected them by our laws. So I don't understand why this company is allowed to operate as long as it's owned. It's my understanding, and maybe Director Haynes, you can clarify this, but I think this is the case. Under Chinese law, any company, okay, what the company is in China, that the Chinese government says, give me everything you have, they have no choice but to give it to them, or someone else will be in charge, correct? Okay. My time is remaining here. I want to talk a little bit about COVID and the pandemic. So here's what we know about COVID, okay? It originated in the city of Wuhan, where the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which has a questionable safety record and conducts experiments on making viruses that are not infectious in humans, infectious in humans. They do it for the purpose of then developing a vaccine. They're located in that city. The Chinese CDC is also located in the city. Number two, unlike, for example, SARS, to this moment, unless it happened in the last hour, the Chinese have not been able to say, here's the bat, here's the pangolin, here's the animal that the virus came from. Number three, there is evidence, both in open source and I mean, it's been widely discussed that the Chinese at a minimum have not been, to say the least, open about any of this. And in fact, real clear indications that they've done everything possible to obstruct any sort of international inquiry into how this began or to be sharing this information. This is a lot of circumstantial evidence that adds together. And I believe that's why the FBI has concluded what on the origins of COVID.
So Mr. Vice Chairman, as the committee knows, the FBI has long assessed, going all the way back to the summer of 2021, that the origin of the pandemic was likely a lab incident in Wuhan.
So, Director Haynes, I know that there's a difference of opinion among the different agencies. I think Energy and FBI have that assessment. Are we unable to, what is preventing the other agencies from reaching the same assessment? Is it basically the lack of a smoking gun? Will we not be able to say that we believe that the lab origin is the likeliest outcome unless somehow we can provide a smoking gun proof that that's what happened?
Thank you, sir. So you're right. There's a broad consensus in the intelligence community that the outbreak is not the result of a bioweapon or genetic engineering. What there isn't a consensus on is whether or not it's a lab leak, essentially as Director Ray indicated, or natural exposure to an infected animal. Those are the two operating sort of theories. And what would change, essentially elements, perspectives, be additional information. And we've been trying to collect additional information. And I think you're absolutely right that China has not fully cooperated. And we do think that's a key critical gap that would help us to understand what exactly happened.
My time is up, Mr. Chairman. I would just point out that it is true that the lab leak, we don't have a smoking gun. Like we don't have some guy calling another guy saying, hey, we had a lab leak. We also don't have a smoking gun that it was a naturally occurring event, which is the easiest one for them to prove. Come out, have a press conference, show us the bat or the pangolin, whatever a pangolin is, and show us that this is the one, and here's the virus that came from that animal. Because it would have not just been found in one animal, it would have been pretty widespread. That's the easiest thing for the Chinese to have done, and they haven't done it. I think that's a pretty strong reason to suspect that it's not naturally occurring, because they've done it with the other pandemics. Thank you.
And I would just point out, before I go to Senator Wyden, when those of us raised the issue around TikTok. It is not simply an American concern. Canada, the EU, India have also taken action on this application because of its national security concerns. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for your service. Begin with you, Director Burns. Last year, you committed to me that the CIA would require written justifications that could be audited whenever CIA conducts searches of its databases for information on Americans. Has the agency done that?
Yes, sir, we have, and thank you very much for your attention on this issue. In keeping with the commitment that I made to you last year, the CIA has made substantial and rapid progress developing and implementing across all of the CIA a capability to support written auditable justifications for searches, as you said, designed to retrieve U.S. person information. We've kept your staff regularly updated on this. We're ahead of the schedule that I set out for you in that letter last September. We've already begun implementing the tool we've developed in the database that the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board has been focused on, and now we're moving forward with that approach across the remaining databases.
Thank you for doing this. Let me turn to commercial information. Director Ray, does the FBI purchase U.S. phone geolocation information?
So to my knowledge, we do not currently purchase commercial database information that includes location data derived from internet advertising. I understand that we previously, as in the past, purchased some such information for a specific national security pilot project, but that's not been active for some time. I could provide more information about that in closed session if you would like. But when we use so-called ad tech location data, it is through a court authorized process.
And you do not plan to change your current practice of not buying this geolocation information?
We have no plans to change that at the current time.
I think it's important, a very important privacy issue that not take place. So we'll discuss it more at the closed session. Director Haynes, you convened an outside panel to study and make recommendations related to the government's purchase of data, including sensitive data on Americans. There has been a lengthy report that has been done here. Will you agree to release this report to the public?
Thank you, Senator. I'll absolutely, we'll have our folks review it for that purpose.
Is there any reason why it shouldn't be made available to the public?
No, I think it absolutely should, as long as there's not classified information in it, we'll provide
Okay.
it.
One additional question for you, if I might, Director Haynes. As you know, last May, Senator Moran and I urged the president to prioritize the rewriting of the executive order that governs classification and declassification. It hadn't been updated in ages. In August, you wrote back on behalf of the president saying that the process was underway. My concern is that we're not seeing the urgency that is necessary, because we all know what the challenge is, and that's foot dragging by some people who mean well, but they're just not on the program of reform. Will you push the National Security Council to get this done? Because my sense is this just isn't going to happen unless you can successfully push the National Security Council to break up the status quo. Because the classification system is now at the point where, as you correctly said, and to your credit, it's not serving national security. And I think it's so broken, we're not getting classified what we need to get classified, and we surely are classifying stuff that shouldn't be classified. So we got to break up, business as usual here. And it's only going to happen, to me, in my view, if you can push the National Security Council. Can you commit to doing that?
Thank you, Senator. First of all, for your and for Senator Moran's attention on this issue, I think it is incredibly important and something that over many years, I think for all of us, we've seen the frustration of actually trying to make this better. I know the president is committed to this issue. I absolutely will ensure that he and the National Security Council know of your concerns and relay them as such.
I want to also ask you, Madam Director, about security clearances and past marijuana use. At the end of 2021, you issued guidance that past marijuana use was not by itself a disqualification for security clearance. I think it'd be very good if you could tell the American people why it's important that this past use not be a disqualification to serve your country. This is a national security issue, and we desperately need people. We've got new members in this committee. We've been talking about languages that they're going to be focused on as we try to recruit and the like. Tell the American people why past marijuana use is not disqualifying for the national security post.
Thank you, Senator. I think we recognize, frankly, that many states have legalized or decriminalized marijuana use, and wanted to be sure that, you know, we're not disqualifying people solely for that purpose in that context. We obviously, you know, believe that we want to have the talent that exists in America, and, you know, when somebody is using it experimentally in a legal state, that's, you know, something that shouldn't on its own essentially disqualify. We continue to approach this from a whole of person perspective. And, you know, we expect if anybody takes the job to comply with our policies and our laws in a trusted position.
My time is up. I only want to say that I know we've got some big privacy issues ahead of us, and I want to thank all of you for keeping your door open to discuss them with me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hines, I want to follow up on the Vice Chairman's questions to you and the panel about the origins of COVID. We know that 6.5 million people have died, that trillions of dollars have been lost in economic activity. We also know that had we known early the origin of COVID, we might have been able to change the trajectory and been better prepared for future pandemics. So this matters. It is disturbing to me that in your written statement, you say all agencies assess that two hypotheses are plausible explanations for the origin of COVID: natural exposure to an infected animal and a laboratory-associated incident. That's one of those statements that's technically true, but misleading. We've heard the FBI director today say that the most likely explanation is a laboratory incident. We know that the Wuhan whistleblower who first raised alarms was silenced by the Chinese government and later died of COVID. We know, as your statement says, that Beijing continues to hinder the global investigation, resists sharing information, and blames other countries. Those are not the actions of an innocent party. We know that the Department of Energy has changed its assessment to say that most likely cause is a laboratory incident. I just don't understand why you continue to maintain on behalf of the intelligence community that these are two equally plausible explanations. They simply are not.
Thank you, Senator. And I think I share your frustration with the fact that China hasn't been more cooperative on this issue to provide intelligence that would be of use to the scientists and others who work on these questions. And I think, you know, you're absolutely right. This is critically important. It has been extremely challenging. Let me give you where we are in the intelligence community with more precision to your point. There are 4 elements plus our National Intelligence Council that assess with low confidence that the infection was most likely caused by natural exposure to an infected animal. So the IC remains divided on this issue. We have the FBI, as you noted, that sees it as more likely that it's a lab leak and has done that with moderate confidence. And the Department of Energy has changed its view slightly with low confidence. It says that a lab leak is most likely, but they do so for different reasons than the FBI does, and their assessments are not identical. So you can see how challenging this has been across the community, and not even every element of the IC has been able to put themselves on one side of the ledger or the other. I've given you, essentially 7, but not everybody has been able to put themselves on one versus the other. So it is a really challenging issue. And I think our folks honestly are trying to do the best that they can to figure out what exactly happened based on the information they have available to them.
Let me switch to a different issue. General Barrier. In the administration's hasty withdrawal from Afghanistan by an arbitrary date, billions of dollars worth of military assets were left behind, including munitions, 16,000 pairs of night vision goggles, 167 aircraft, communications equipment, 2,000 vehicles. The list goes on and on and on. My concern is that all of these assets could be useful in launching a terrorist attack on the United States or on one of our allies. Given the continued chaos in Afghanistan and presence of terrorist groups that want to harm the United States, that have made no secret about harming us or our allies, what is the intelligence community's assessment on the counterterrorism threat to the United States homeland and our allies, particularly one launched from Afghanistan?
Senator Collins, thank you for that question. From our perspective at the Defense Intelligence Agency, certainly our reach and grasp into that nation since the fall of the government has eroded over time, but we still have some access. And I would say, based on what we know right now from the threat of Al-Qaeda, they're trying to survive basically without a real plan to at least, or intent to attack the West anytime soon. And I would say that ISIS-K poses a bit of a larger threat, but they are under attack from the Taliban regime right now, and it's a matter of time before they may have the ability and intent to actually attack the West at this point.
General Nakasone, very quickly, could you give me your assessment?
Yes, that dovetails very closely with the Defense Intelligence Agency. We see the same challenges across the IC with some of our collection, but we do see a challenged ISIS-K in Afghanistan right now as they battle the Taliban.
Thank you.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Burns, U.S. law states that to be designated as a foreign terrorist organization, a group must be engaged in premeditated, politically motivated violence against non-combatant targets, and the activity must threaten the national security of the United States. In my view, and in the view of a number of folks, the Wagner Group fits that definition. Wagner now openly operates as private military for Vladimir Putin, conducting terrorist operations in Ukraine and in countries across Africa. Director, I realize that the responsibility for designating foreign terrorist organizations lies with the Secretary of State, but I'd like to get your assessment of the Wagner Group's activities, whether you would describe the atrocities its mercenaries have committed as terrorism, and if you think there is any downside to making such a designation.
Well, thanks, Senator. And, you know, as you rightly pointed out, I'll steer away from the policy question there, but certainly our assessment is that the Wagner Group is a vicious, aggressive organization which has posed a threat not just to the people of Ukraine, and we see that every day, especially in the intense fighting that's gone around the city of Bakhmut right now, largely conducted on the Russian side by the Wagner Group, which is suffering incredible casualties. But I've also seen it, as we were discussing earlier, in my own travels in West Africa and in the Sahel, where I think the deeply destabilizing impact of Wagner can be seen in a lot of very fragile societies right now. We work as an agency along with our partners to help many of those governments and many of our security service partners to resist that. We work with the French and with other countries, other allies in that effort as well. But we take very seriously the threat posed by Wagner and do everything we can to counter it and disrupt it.
Great. Thank you, Director. Director Haynes, as you know, earlier I shared with you a report by the Converging Risks Lab called The Security Threat That Binds Us, which outlined, among other things, the need to elevate ecological security in U.S. national security policymaking. And one example they really go into a great deal of detail about is China's aggressive fishing activities and how those have contributed to overfishing more than any other nation. This has led to increasingly hostile fishing disputes between China and its neighbors, as well as along the coasts of Africa and Latin America, threatening economic, food security, and sovereignty. In the view of the report's authors, the IC needs greater capacity to analyze the negative effects of illegal fishing activities, as well as a whole host of other causes of ecological disruption. And it needs to elevate the relative importance of ecological security issues within the IC prioritization framework. Have you had a chance to look at that? And can you commit to work with me to try to implement some of the recommendations included in that report?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. No, I did see the report, and I thought it was actually excellent. We've given it to our National Intelligence Manager for Climate and Global Issues, who is focused on these issues. I think one of the things that it does say, very much in line with what you just indicated, is it's not just about collecting more analysts, it's about prioritizing it. It's about ensuring we have access to the outside folks. And I think that is something that we are trying to do. In other words, get expertise both from the federal science community and work with them, but also with academic communities and also with partners who have access to academic and other resources on these issues. And I absolutely commit to working with you further on this question. And I share your concern about unregulated, unlawful fishing that the Chinese have been doing in a variety of areas where we've seen them strip resources from, a variety of countries.
Thank you, Director. General Nakasone, I want to ask you one last quick question before my time is out. And it involves supply chains, which we are hearing a lot more about now for appropriate reasons. The 2021 National Intelligence Estimate on Climate Change states that China is the world's leading supplier of advanced grid components for ultra-high voltage systems, things like transformers, circuit breakers, inverters, which we assess creates cyber vulnerability risks. Can you talk a little bit about your concerns about those vulnerabilities to our electric grid and what it means to currently be dependent on China for components for things like large power transformers?
Senator, you highlight the challenge of supply chains, and we know supply chains well, even from a different adversary with solar winds. What have we learned? I would tell you, first of all, is that as we are reliant on more and more nations to provide this type of capability, we have to have a vigilance in terms of how we look at this, whether or not we're understanding the complete supply chain of the critical pieces that come into it, or whether or not we have censoring on the other end that tells us something is anomalous, something is unique, something that has changed. This is the world in which we live. This is the world in which we have to operate for the future.
Would it be a good idea to try to produce some of those critical components here or with trusted allies and friends instead of being so dependent?
Certainly, and I think the work of many of you on this committee with regards to semiconductors is one great example of the importance of fabrication within the United States.
Thank you. Thank you, General.
Senator Cotton.
I want to raise a question that Senator Warner raised in his opening statement about the classified documents that were found at the residences or offices of President Trump, President Biden, and Vice President Pence. I want to be clear, I'm not talking about who done it, about who took them there and how they handled them and what criminal standards there are and is their investigation, about the documents themselves and what risk, if any, they pose to our national security. Director Haynes, the last time you appeared in front of this committee, you said that you had not personally reviewed those documents. Is that still the case?
I've only reviewed documents that have already gone through an initial classification review process. So now I have reviewed some of the documents, but not all of the documents. Myself, that is. There are others, obviously, within our institutions that have reviewed them.
Director Wray, have you reviewed these documents personally?
I have reviewed some of the documents personally, and my team, of course, has reviewed the documents.
Why have you not, to both of you, why have you not reviewed all of these documents? It would seem this would be a matter of vital urgency to put your eyes on these documents and make a determination if you think there actually is national security risk in the contents of those documents.
Thank you, Senator. I'll start and Director Ray can continue. But so when we get documents that have been compromised in the context of leak investigation or other things like that, I don't personally review them generally, even when they have significant consequences. There are the subject matter experts within the institutions that do that. They provide their views, and then they typically will summarize or otherwise indicate issues that have to be addressed as a consequence, if there are any.
Director Ray is the same answer.
Similar,
Rubio?
except I would just add that we have teams of people who are experienced with these mishandling of classified documents cases, of which we have any number and have had for years. And I would add that although I have not reviewed all of the documents myself, I have gone through a fairly meticulous a listing of all the documents that includes detailed information about the content. So it's not reading every page of each one.
I bet General Nakasone and General Barrier, when they were second lieutenants, were taught that they were responsible for everything their organization does and fails to do, which I think is a pretty good principle of leadership. I just think on something of such prominence and perhaps such significance that you both should review them. More importantly, this committee should review them. And as you heard Senator Warner say, we're all very frustrated that we haven't even had these documents characterized to us. And we patiently allowed Senator Warner and Senator Rubio to try to resolve this matter, but I would say our patience is starting to run out. And at least some of us are prepared to start putting our foot down if we don't get better answers and the stonewall doesn't stop. Director Haynes, I want to turn to a concern I've raised with you and Director Byrne and others, and that's my worries about growing politicization and the analysis coming out of our intelligence agency. This is an annual threat assessment. There is an annual threat assessment, so let's look at it. On page 33, you write, transnational, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists continue to pose the most lethal threat to U.S. persons and interests. Are you serious? You seriously think that racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists are the most lethal threat that Americans face?
So yes, sir. In terms of the number of people killed or wounded as a consequence.
How many people were killed by racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists in the United States last year?
I don't have the exact number for you right here, but I will get it for you.
How many people were killed by fentanyl in the United States last year?
As you know, it's over 100,000 for fentanyl, but
So isn't that a more lethal threat?
absolutely. But it's not being compared against fentanyl in that statement. It's in the context of terrorist threat.
Okay, so on page 38, you write about governance challenges in Europe. You talk about populist parties taking advantage of inflation and high energy prices. You worry that public discontent, potentially including increased mass protests, could undermine backing from mainstream European governments while increasing support for populist and extreme parties. You also say it could undermine the quality of democracy. Well, how is this foreign intelligence? And who are these populist parties in Europe that we're so concerned about?
So we can get you further information about this, but I'll just say as a general matter, Senator, we do cover different effects on democracy throughout the world, and that is something that is typically perceived as part of our remit.
Are the Brothers of Italy, the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's party, are they a populist or extreme party that are a threat to America's interests?
I don't know that, I wouldn't want to speak for the analysts as to whether or not they consider them a populist party. I suspect that they may, but I don't know that they would say that they're a threat to the United States.
All right, just one final example of this. On page 18 about nuclear issues with Iran, you write that since the assassination in November 2020 of nuclear scientist Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, Iran has accelerated the expansion of its nuclear program. It's an unfortunate ending for Mohsen Fakhrizadeh in November of 2020. Did anything else happen in the world in November of 2020 that might have caused Iran to accelerate its nuclear program?
Senator, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Pretty big event here in America. November 2020.
If you mean the election,
I do mean the
I
election.
don't believe that our analysts perceive that as being the key.
Really, because I've gone through the IAEA reports. Iran took almost a year after President Trump withdrew from the nuclear deal until the summer of 2019 to say it was going to incrementally begin to breach its limits. After we killed Qasem Soleimani in January 2020, they basically ceased all enrichment or other activity. And since November of 2020, they've reintroduced advanced centrifuges. They began enriching uranium past the critical 3.67% mark. They produce uranium metal. They've moved enrichment underground. They're now enriching to almost 90%, Undersecretary of Defense for Policy Colin Call said to the House recently that they're just 12 days away from a breakout, implying that all happened on the former administration's watch. This has all happened since November of 2020, Director Haynes. And your report says nothing about the Biden administration's policies. You really don't think the Ayatollahs had any change of views once it was clear Joe Biden was going to be president?
I think our analysts would look at leaving the JCPOA as one element that's relevant to the,
All right, so my time has expired.
ultimately
I'll
has
say, Director
happened.
Burns, we've talked about this in a classified setting before. I mean, your organization produces the vast majority of the analysis for the IC. And it's not just the conclusions, but also the priorities and the volume of focus on things like climate change or gay marriage bills in other countries, or some of these conclusions that just caused me great pause about the priorities and the resources we're applying to the critical threats this country face. We talk more about it in a classified setting.
Okay, thank you. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Director Haynes, the good news is the report is clearly written and I think establishes a lot of very valuable information. The bad news is I made the mistake of reading it Monday night just before trying to go to sleep. There's a lot of serious matters in there. One of the things that really jumped out at me, and I want to follow up on Senator Heinrich's question, is on page, let's see, it's on page 9. China now is on track to control 65% of lithium-ion battery market. They dominate all parts of the supply chain, 40% of the world's active pharmaceutical ingredients, and their global share across all manufacturing of solar panels is 80% now, certainly go to 90%. This is an important information for us in terms of informing us about the dangerous dependency that we've developed in a whole lot of areas. And semiconductors is one that we've talked about, but it suggests to me that this issue of dependency is something that really has to have some serious policy examination. Would you concur?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the things that we're really trying to expose here is the fact that it's not just simply about China trying to create indigenous supply chains, but actually to control global supply chains.
That seems to be a deliberate policy, does it not?
Exactly.
And that goes also about their actions in Africa and other South America, where they're trying to corner the market, if you will, on various commodities.
And you can see it also, as you indicate, not only in their decisions about what they're purchasing and how they're managing it, but also the laws that they pass that give them the capability, for example, in rare earth elements, to actually turn the dial on their export and import policies so that they can actually create that pressure.
You'd think that we'd learn from Europe's dependency on Russia and gas that this is a similar thing that we really need to address as a matter of policy. Move to another specific intelligence question. What's the current analysis on the relationship between China and Russia? Is it a temporary marriage of convenience, or is it a long-term love affair?
It is continuing to deepen. So I think maybe the latter, although I hesitate to characterize it as a love affair. But so there are some limitations that we would see on where they would go in that partnership. We don't see them becoming kind of allies the way we are with allies in NATO. But nevertheless, we do see increasing across every sector.
Well, the sector that we're most concerned about right now is aid to Russia in the Ukraine conflict. What do we see there? Is China about to act? Are they issuing any supplies now? That's the highest risk, it seems to me, in terms of the development of this relationship, right? The immediate risk.
Yeah, we do see them providing assistance to Russia in the context of the conflict. And we see them in a situation in which they become increasingly uncomfortable about the level of assistance and not looking to do it as publicly as might otherwise occur, and given the reputational costs associated with it. But I think that is a very real concern, and the degree of how close they get and how much assistance they're providing is something we watch very carefully, and we'd be happy to talk to you about that in closed session.
One point I thought could have used more emphasis. There's a whole section on climate change, which is interestingly, it's China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, climate change.
in terms of risks. And you identify the risk of famine and food insecurity across the developing world. You mentioned migration 2 or 3 times, but that, it seems to me, is one of the most serious destabilization risks. The Syrian refugees upset European politics 6 million. We're talking 100+ million. I hope that the intelligence community can provide some more detailed analysis of the migration risk, which I see as one of the real challenges of the next 10 or 15 years as it becomes uninhabitable in areas of North Africa and the Middle East. Could you comment on that?
Could not agree with you more, sir. And we will look to try to produce something, and perhaps we can do something publicly along those lines.
And General Nakasone, in a few seconds that I have left, China's cyber posture, my sense is that they're getting more aggressive. Is that true? And is Russia adapting and getting better?
Senator, I would say that both for China and Russia, they are very capable cyber adversaries. With regards to China, we see an increasing degree of risk-taking that they've undergone with regards to stealing our intellectual property, even increasing their influence operations. These are concerning efforts for us. With regards to Russia, we still see them, and we see them very accurately and being able to warn and being able to counteract some of the things that they're doing around the world. And so we know them very, very well.
But they're getting cleverer, aren't they, about using our infrastructure, for example?
Well, certainly they're getting clever, but we still, I would say, Senator, are able to stay ahead of them. And that's the big piece that I want to emphasize.
Maybe the answer would be, so are we getting more clever. Thank you.
Well said, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Cornyn.
On September the 1st, 2001, we lost 3,000 Americans. About a week later, Congress authorized the use of military force to go after the terrorists that committed those attacks. Last year alone, we lost 108,000 Americans to drugs that are coming across the southwestern border. I think the figure is roughly 71,000 of those deaths were caused by synthetic opioids, fentanyl, and we know where the precursors come from. They're coming largely from China. This is like losing a large passenger jet every day for more than a year. Just like 9/11, just like we would react if, in fact, passenger jets were falling out of the sky each day for a year, we would react in an overwhelming fashion. Yet, the Attorney General of the United States has said we're doing everything, he's doing everything he can. And so my question for each of you is, what additional authorities, what additional resources do we need to defeat this threat to American lives? Some have suggested that they should be designated a foreign terrorist organization. Other members of Congress have said, well, we need to use an authorization for the use of military force like we did after 9/11. But I'd like to hear, maybe starting with you, Director Haynes, and then I'd like to have Director Burns address the question. What additional authorities, what additional resources do we need in order to save American lives from this threat?
Thank you, Senator. And I know you've done a lot of work on these issues, and I could not agree more with your characterization of it and the importance that it holds. And you'll hear from my colleagues some of the increasing resources and efforts that all of them have engaged in this area. I will speak for myself in terms of the ODI and our Office of Director of National Intelligence. We have a national intelligence manager that covers this issue and a national intelligence officer. And one of the things that I've learned in the 2 years that I've been there is that we do not have as deep a bench of analysts on these issues, and we are not as, therefore, resourced as we need to be in order to really address this question. That's something that we've been building, and that's something that we need to continue to build. And I think that's
I agree with you that we are losing. And what I want to know is, what do we need to win. Director Burns, would you address that?
Yes, so from the point of view of CIA, as we've discussed before, we've tried to transform our strategy through our counter-narcotics center, working with partners across the intelligence community and domestic and foreign partners as well, focusing on the entire network that you described. In other words, precursor chemicals, financial flows, the production of fentanyl pills and the equipment that goes into that, as well as disrupting that trafficking as well. And here I would emphasize that I think we talked earlier about Section 702. I think that has helped us to illuminate that network and has helped us in some successful actions recently with which foreign intelligence collected by CIA has contributed to. Both recent successes that our Mexican partners have had against the Sinaloa cartel, and also recent successes against fentanyl production and processing equipment in Mexico and in the United States. So I couldn't agree with you more about the severity of this problem. For all of us, protecting American lives is our highest priority.
I'd like to follow up with the panel in closed session. Let me turn to the issue that Senator King raised. COVID exposed our vulnerability to long supply chains, everything from advanced semiconductors to rare earth elements to active ingredients in pharmaceuticals that are manufactured in China. And in the event that supply was disrupted, it would be not only a tremendous threat to our economy, but to our national security as well. For many years, American businesses have been investing in China. We had a witness that testified last May, I think it was, that the current market value of U.S. investments in China were worth $2.3 trillion. In other words, American investment in China has been financing the rise of China's economy and the rise of their military might. Just like CFIUS allows us to review foreign investment in the United States, do you support an outbound investment transparency regime that would give us greater insight, give you greater insight into what we are financing? We in effect are financing our number one adversary, and it's relatively opaque, I think, to the intelligence community and certainly to the policymakers. Director Haynes?
Sure, I'll start. Obviously, without prejudice to the policy question of what is the right answer for how to
Would
deal
you
with
like
this.
the information?
I think you're absolutely right that there's no question that something that would create greater transparency would give us more information about this, and that would be valuable from our perspective.
And I think Senator Cornyn raised a good point, and something we've discussed at some length, how we have to make sure we're also following what particularly China is doing in other nation states. Senator Bennett.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I just would make a comment on Senator Cornyn's question to you and your response to Senator Cornyn. I mean, Colorado is being overrun by fentanyl. And we're at a point now where when a kid dies, who's the age of my children, I no longer ask what was the accident. Did they have a car accident, or did they, was it leukemia? The question is, was it suicide? Was it fentanyl? Or was it guns? And I guess from my perspective, I don't see any evidence that we're getting the cooperation that we need from Mexico to deal with this crisis at our border. And I don't know if you want to amend your answer to the Senator Cornyn or what it would, maybe you could, and this is not the only thing I want to ask about, but what would it look like to have a neighbor to the south who is actually taking seriously the fact that we're losing more than 100,000 Americans a year, many of them children, who are taking drugs for the first time in their lives and then drop dead? What would it look like to have a partner in our neighbor country? Mr. Director, or Director Haynes?
I'm happy to start.
I mean, this is not about the number of analysts.
Yeah, no, exactly. That was just the beginning of my answer, but I think it was fair to let others talk. I think we should talk about this in closed
Okay,
session further.
let's do
to
that.
discuss,
I have other things I'd like to talk about too, but let's do that because we haven't made any progress. Things have gotten a lot worse, and I'm sorry to say they've gotten a lot worse during the course of this administration. Second, Director Wray, you mentioned in your answers to Senator Rubio's questions about TikTok, how concerned you are, and the degree to which they're subject to the CCP in terms of their disgorgement of data and the potential use of that data to run operations against the American people. I wonder if you could use this open public opportunity to describe to the American people what the danger to them is of this platform that is run out of Beijing. What is the danger to them?
Well, let me start by saying the point that I tried to get to towards the end of my exchange with Senator Rubio, which is understand that the difference between an ostensibly private company and the CCP is essentially a distinction without a difference.
Right.
So if you were to ask Americans, would you like to turn over your data, all your data, control of your devices, control of your information to the CCP? Most Americans would say, yeah, I'm not down with that, as my kids would say. That's the question we're asking. So it's really a question of data collection, and we know that they can use it to conduct all sorts of big data operations.
And
Just
what
look-
would a big data operation mean to your
Well,
average
there have been a
citizen?
lot of questions from the chairman and others about AI and things like that. If you look at the Chinese government's gobbling up of information and data, and then the use of AI and other tools, ultimately supercomputing, things like that, to marshal all that data to conduct targeting for espionage, targeting for IP theft, targeting for all the things that I and others on this panel have been calling out about the Chinese government. Data is the coin of the realm. Those who have the best information have the power, and that's what that enables them to do. You just have to look at the Equifax hack, where they essentially stole the PII of half the population of the United States. That's one Chinese government operation. So it's the control of the data to conduct all sorts of big data operations. It's the control of the recommendation algorithm, which allows them to conduct influence operations. It's the control of the software, which allows them to then have access to millions of devices. So you put all those three things together, and again, come back to the starting point, which is this is a tool that is ultimately within the control of the Chinese government. And to me, it screams out with national security concerns.
My kids are about the same age as your kids, and what I would say is people ought to find a different platform. The American people don't need to spend 3 weeks out of the year on a platform that's run out of Beijing for Beijing's purposes, and we can do a better job than that. I also just, while I have 1 second left, would say that I don't think the American people have had the kind of negotiation you were just talking about, even with our own big data platforms in the United States, our big social media platforms. We have not had a negotiation about our privacy rights. We've not had a negotiation about whether your kids or my kids should have the benefit of the economics of their identities, or whether Mark Zuckerberg should have the benefit of the economics of their identities. And I think, Mr. Chairman, that's something that this committee, it's not exactly what we're working on, but I think it's a related topic that is important for us to think.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Senator Moran.
Chairman, thank you. Maybe to follow along with what the conversation was between Director Wray and Senator from Colorado. For most of my time in the Senate, I've been working to try to get data privacy legislation through the Congress. We have failed. We get this close. We get very close, and then issues of private right of action become a barrier between Republicans and Democrats. I just would make the public offer to any Democrat and any Republican that wants to work to get us to the point that we've been unable to be at. I am still ready, able, and willing to try to accomplish that. And I was going to ask Director, maybe the FBI director has answered this question, but I was going to ask the CIA director
what does all this failure to have data privacy mean in the intelligence world? So when they collect, and I think Director Ray was talking about this, but what does it mean to American citizens and to our national security?
Well, Senator, in terms of our national security, it obviously enables our adversaries' efforts at espionage as well. It enables them to steal intellectual property. It enables them to get access to sensitive technologies. It enables them to, spy on our citizens as well. So, it offers enormous opportunities, I think, for our adversaries.
General Barrier, anything to add to that from a
No, I
military?
concur with the Director of CIA.
Thank you. And General Barrier, what level of urgency would you attach to the issues of shrinking U.S. leadership in key technology areas? It's one of the reasons I voted for the CHIPS Act. What would you identify as the challenges we face, and what can we accomplish in protecting our country if we will invest in greater levels of technical abilities?
The ability to secure this technology keeps our adversaries from actually obtaining the kinds of kit that they need to develop their most advanced weapon systems. So our ability to protect those chipsets, the ability to produce them in the United States of America is very, very important to keep those out of the hands of our adversaries.
I have additional questions on this line, but I think in the public setting, this is something I want Americans to know. I think it's our natural instinct to believe we are the best at everything, and we can be, and in many instances we are, but it's a different world than the one I grew up in which we absolutely were. Tell me, again, maybe anyone can answer this question, but the differences in advancements that China is making in advanced manufacturing and automation, and maybe to you, General, the military consequences if we fail to advance our emerging technology capabilities.
Senator, I would say that the Chinese are advancing very, very rapidly in every warfighting domain that exists, whether that's space, cyber, air and air defense, ground combat, command and control, cyber. They are making very, very rapid advances, and the Defense Intelligence Agency is taking note of that and watching it very carefully.
We talked a bit about our neighbor to the south, a little bit further south in Latin America. Many countries in Latin America have elected leftist governments. What are the extent of the inroads that our adversaries have made in those countries which have been traditionally friendly to the United States? What's the difference in today's world in Latin America?
I think there's a broad trend that some of our adversaries take advantage of. I mean, we see this when we were talking about technology, whether it's, completing deals involving Huawei or ZTE or 5G, which, as we've all been discussing, enable access to data. It's something we remind, countries with whom we deal in Latin America all the time of the risks of doing that, especially with regard to the People's Republic of China, their economic relationships that can add to corruption in those countries, that can make them kind of one-dimensional economies, more and more dependent on the export of commodities to China, incur debts which will complicate their own economic growth sustainably over time as well. And certainly adversarial intelligence services try to erode our influence, in a lot of those countries as well. So it's a real challenge as well. In some places like Colombia, where we've had longstanding relationships in fighting narcotics and in, supporting the progress of those countries economically and politically, I think we're still able to sustain, a lot of the cooperation we've built up over the last 20 years or so. So we just have to work hard at it, relationship by relationship.
Director Burns, I was hoping you would answer that in 19 seconds shorter so I could ask Director Haynes a question, but you failed and so I failed. Thank you.
Well, I would say, Senator Moran, new member of the committee, but I think you focusing on this technology competition is spot on and appreciate it. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Haynes, in last year's Intelligence Authorization Act, Senators Rubio, Warner, Heinrich, Blunt, and I created the ARROW, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to break down the stovepipes between the intelligence community and the military regarding unidentified aerial, marine, and other phenomenon, which could pose a risk to the safety of our service members, as well as collection risks against sensitive facilities and overseas military bases. As recent events have shown, we need more and better sharing between the intelligence community and our military, and the stigmatization of the service members and personnel who come forward with this data is unacceptable. Do I have a commitment from you and each of our witnesses that you will work to reduce stigma, share intelligence between agencies, and as you're able with the public to ensure that we understand what's happening in our skies and seas?
Yes, Senator, absolutely. And I agree with you that this is an issue, and it's something that we've been trying to work through, both by sending the message from leadership that this is important, but also creating mechanisms that allow for people to do this more easily and with less sort of stigma associated with it.
And is the Aero office fully funded in your budget?
Yes, I believe it is.
Can you make sure, because it was left off last year
So-
from both the DoD and Intel's budgets?
So, right. So it's in DOD, but I think our support is funded in the National Intelligence Program, and we'll check to make sure. On
So
the
everybody
DoD.
else can answer the question.
I believe it is funded.
Thank you.
Yes. I support, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes.
A related somewhat question is the issue of IC's agency's assessment with varying levels of confidence that most reported incidents can be explained by medical conditions, environmental or technical factors, and that it's unlikely that a foreign actor, including Russia, is conducting a sustained worldwide campaign involving hundreds of incidents without detection with regard to the anomalous health incidents. And that report was received in a very negative way by personnel who have been affected by their families, because it essentially says there's no external cause, which I think is really problematic. I'm very grateful that the intelligence community has been determined to make sure that healthcare is being met and the healthcare needs, and that each of these service members and personnel are treated appropriately and humanely from that perspective. But I find it unacceptable that we are not continuing diligent analysis of possible causes. I do appreciate that the Department of Defense continues to do research in that regard, and I'd like General Barrier to give us an update on how you're looking at this issue and how you are continuing to assess possible causes, as well as possible delivery mechanisms. And I'd like to include delivery mechanisms from above. So whether it can be delivered by a drone or a spy balloon through a collection device or collection technology, I'd like an update, please. Thank you.
Senator Gillibrand, DI participated in the intelligence community assessment. We had a multidisciplinary team of very senior analysts, counterintelligence professionals, and technical people look at the issue. I do concur with the assessment, but I also think our work is not done there. DIA continues to focus on, number one, the care of our officers who have been affected. We are doing some work on the analytical side, and we're doing work on the S&T side to determine causation, and we'll continue that work, and I've made that commitment to my workforce.
And then I'd like a supplemental answer in closed session as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Director Haynes, I've been working on legislation which would create a One Health Security Council to create a whole of government approach to address a broad range of biological threats to human, animal, and agricultural health. As part of the intelligence community study of the impacts of climate change on food security and social instability, how well positioned are you to support the U.S. in strategic competition for the kind of biotechnology innovations which will ensure our resiliency in the face of a rapid changing climate?
This has been an incredibly intense area of focus for us, and you've seen us put forward in budgets essentially for bioconvergence. We've, proposed quite a bit of money on this. We now have the National Center for Biosecurity, as opposed to it used to be the National Counterproliferation Center. It is an area where you'll see even our recent head is somebody of that center is somebody with a history in this area, and we are increasingly working on essentially different mechanisms by which we can both promote greater exchange and access to expertise outside of the intelligence community and biotechnology and work, but also to understand better the innovations that are occurring there and try to make sure that we can take advantage of those so that we understand them for collection purposes.
And just for the record, post 9/11, we had the 9/11 Commission to assess what went wrong with regard to 9/11, what we could have done to prevent it. The fact that the intelligence community still disagrees on the origins of COVID is concerning. And I understand there's a massive lack of transparency from the Chinese government. However, I have legislation that will require a much more fulsome deep dive review, sort of like a 9/11 Commission report, to then inform our legislation about having a One Health approach, which is very similar as our post 9/11 approach, to have no siloing, to have everyone at the table, to do constant assessment, both agriculture and CIA and DOD and FBI and Homeland Security. So I'd like your assessment of both of those pieces of legislation with an eye towards solving the problem long term. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Senator Lincoln.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you, all of you, and your service. Please pass on our gratitude to the great folks that work with you as well. They work very hard, and most Americans don't get to see them and thank them personally in a restaurant and other places. So please pass on our thank you. Director Haynes, I do want to be able to talk a little bit about Iran. Many of us on this committee have traveled, some of us very recently, to the Middle East. Our allies in the Middle East and others in the Middle East are not excited about the JCPOA. They're not supportive of it. This report that's come out seems to be somewhat nostalgic of, if only the JCPOA would have been accepted, none of this would have happened. It is a bit of a challenge when we're watching Iran dramatically increase its enrichment. Now the IAEA is now saying they're at almost 84%, and a public statement there. How close is Iran right now, and what are their nuclear ambitions? Are they peaceful, or are they weapon systems, or what they're actually trying to be able to develop towards?
Thank you, Senator. We should obviously take this up further in closed session. I mean, I think we continue to have concerns. You've seen the report and the indication that that they are moving closer without a decision at this stage to pursue is our assessment, but nevertheless, getting very concerningly close.
Is Iran trying to be able to develop surrogate networks even into the United States, where they're choosing Hezbollah to advance across different regions, but also trying to develop surrogate networks in the United States right now?
Yes, Senator.
Is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. They have noted that they are trying to assassinate, for lack of a better term, some American former officials, and have put out a list on that. My question for you and for Director Wray is, how are we handling that, and are we providing the adequate level of both information and security to those former American officials that have been specifically named by the RGC as on their target list for assassination?
Well, I'll start. There's obviously more we could talk about in closed session, but this is a threat stream that I talk about with my folks, my team, several times a week, which gives you a measure of what a priority is. And we are certainly engaged in the ways that you would expect with the individuals who are potentially targeted in terms of duties to warn and that sort of thing. And security varies for different individuals depending on the situation. And we're not the ones that provide the security, but we give them information that helps shape their approach to security.
Great, thank you. Let me follow up on this. Director Wray, there's a piece that came out recently out of the Richmond office that you have then come back and said, oops, that should have never gone out. But it was a piece that's in an unclassified document that came out of the memo. And the memo specifically states in the opening paragraph, violent extremist and radical traditionalist Catholic ideology almost certainly presents opportunities for threat mitigation through the exploration of new avenues for tripwire and source development. Wow. This goes specifically into these radical traditional Catholics and explains what a traditional Catholic looks like on it. Help me understand what's happened since then when this has come out.
Well, first, let me say that when I first learned of the piece, I was aghast.
As you should be.
And we took steps immediately to withdraw it and remove it from FBI systems. It does not reflect FBI standards. We do not conduct investigations based on religious affiliation or practices, full stop. We have also now ordered our inspection division to take a look at how this happened and try to figure out how we can make sure something like this doesn't happen again. I will note it was a product by one field office, which is, of course, we have scores and scores of these products. And when we found out about it, we took action. We are also taking steps to reinforce with our workforce all of the longstanding policies we have that speak to this kind of thing. We've got refresher training for the relevant employees, et cetera. And we do not and will not target people for religious beliefs, and we do not and will not monitor people's religious practices. That's not acceptable.
That is completely not acceptable. That is, I had for the first time a couple of years ago, I had parents that came up to me in state and said, I went to a parent meeting at my school. Am I going to be monitored now? And after this came out, I have people that catch me and say, okay, I'm Catholic. Am I about to be monitored now? This sends all the wrong message on it. I do have to tell you, we've talked about this before. When I saw the memo and looked through it, I was not surprised to be able to see the source document that they came back through was the Southern Poverty Law Center, which we've talked about before, is not the FBI. But for whatever reason, the FBI continues to be able to count on them for who's the listing of a hate group. They have a long history of having anti-Christian bias. And there's multiple different entities that they've actually tried to go after on that as a hate group. But for whatever reason, the FBI continues to be able to count them as a source to be able to identify this. This is a very real problem. And the FBI needs to identify on its own. We have great resources. What are the threats there? Not outsource that to a group that is known to be not center left, but far left group and has its own set of biases as well.
Senator Casey.
Mr. Chairman, thanks very much. I want to thank the panel for your testimony today, your appearance, and also, of course, your public service. I'll direct my question or two to Director Haynes, but I know this is an issue that has already been spoken to in the hearing. The chairman, the vice chairman, and Director Haynes have all alluded to the important role that private industry has to play as we consider both economic security and national security. And the inextricable link between the two. I'm talking in particular, not only exclusively, but in particular about the People's Republic of China, in maybe more specifically the Chinese Communist Party, and investment in China that could undermine our security. I am grateful, as always, that Senator Cornyn and others have worked on this issue with me, and I appreciate his question about the need for an outbound investment review that we're trying to get passed into law. But Director Haynes, I wanted to ask you about, in particular, venture capital and private equity firms as they continue to seek out business opportunities in China with often very little regard for national security risk or other risk. Can you explain both the national security risks as well as the economic security risks that are relevant when it comes to the business deals between those kinds of firms and the People's Republic of China?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. I'll do my best, and others may have something to add on this too. I mean, I think China obviously is focused, as we've been talking about, on critical foundational technologies that it believes will create a sort of disproportionate impact on their capacity for technological advantage, right? And we've talked about a number of these technologies: artificial intelligence, quantum computing, high performance computing, all of these different areas, semiconductors, et cetera. That is something that we're in competition with China. China, when they are approaching this, have historically, as we've indicated, not just receive, like if you know, a company in the United States or in an allied country has a you know, has an office in Beijing or opens a plant or does other things, China has laws that allow them to get access to information and other things that they have there. And that provides them with an opportunity to basically force those companies to provide information that can be helpful to their intellectual property extension and to ultimately, you know, advance their own competitiveness in this area. And they, through espionage and other means, have also gotten information from our companies, even outside of China, and from Western companies, and that in and of itself is an issue. In addition, we see that they are trying to create control over global supply chains, and what we've been discussing in this hearing in the context of a variety of technology areas, such as rare earth elements or other places where we know that or semiconductors, and the CHIPS Act is a kind of a response to this, right? Where if they are capable of controlling certain parts of the supply chain, they will make it, they can basically have leverage over that in a way that gives them unacceptable advantage in making it harder for us to get the supplies that we need at the moment that we need it for national security purposes or other purposes. And I think that an example of this is, if you just look at Russia and what's happening right now and the export controls that we've been able to use with respect to Russia on semiconductors, you can see how important it is to their capacity to prosecute their conflict, right? And we don't want in the United States to be subject to that kind of a concern where, in fact, China would be able to prevent us from getting material that's necessary to our national defense or to our capacity. So these are among the challenges that we see for essentially supporting business in China on these sort of key foundational areas where they can get information that's of need. So it's not in everything, and it's not suggesting that there can't be any, economic relationship, obviously, but I think we just have to be especially conscious of this, and we're trying to educate both our policymakers and the public on these issues.
I know I'm almost out of time. Just want to follow up on that for you or anyone else that wants to make a quick comment. Are there sectors about which you're most concerned, purely for setting aside economic security, purely from a national security point of view? Are there sectors about which you're most concerned?
Yes, absolutely. Semiconductors, artificial intelligence, advanced computing, quantum computing, biotechnology, biomanufacturing. These are some of the most important areas that we have concerns about.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you,
Casey,
Mr.
for
Chairman.
again, raising those issues. And we've seen this play with venture firms and others, sometimes even using false fronts, which is gravely concerning. Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, let me offer my thanks and appreciation to you and to all of the members of your different services for how they contribute to our security. In Director Haynes's original comments, her early comments, she clearly discussed, or at least suggested strongly, the need for the reauthorization of the FISA Section 702. And I think sometimes we talk in terms of codes and so forth, and we don't provide the opportunity for the American public to actually understand what this is. And I'm going to ask General Nakasone, because I've heard him in the past very eloquently share what Section 702 does. And in this open setting, I'd really like Director Nakasone to be able to share a little bit about what 702 really is and the reason why it is so important that we reauthorize 702.
Senator, 702 allows the U.S. intelligence community to collect communications of foreigners operating outside the United States that utilize U.S. infrastructure and services. Now, why is that important? It's important because if you think about what we've been able to do as authority since 2008, first of all, provide and shine a light on what our adversaries are doing. What's Iran doing? What's China doing? What's Russia doing? What's North Korea doing in all parts of the world? Secondly, disrupting.
But if I could, that's because they're using platforms that have a nexus to our communication systems within the United States.
That's correct.
But they're doing it from outside of the United States, and it is not necessarily connected with someone from within the United States. They're simply using the platform because it's easy.
Right. Again, I think those are the two really important points. Non-U.S. person, that's foreigner, and it's outside the United States. The second piece is that we have built up and I think have done a very effective job of ensuring not only national security, but the security and rights and civil liberties of our citizens. Those things are not an either or. It's an and statement. And we've been able to do that with internal compliance and external compliance.
And I want to go into that a little bit. Could you explain the reverse targeting prohibition and specifically what it prevents the government from doing?
So if one of our analysts in the U.S. intelligence community says, hey, I want to be able to get to someone in the United States, but I'll go ahead and just target this person outside the United States as a way around it. We do not allow that. In fact, we check that very, very carefully. It's audited. It's double checked and triple checked. It's interesting. When we make a mistake, we investigate, we mitigate, and then we report on it. That's the type of attention we pay to this authority.
And then there's also been a concern about what is known as incidental collection. Could you explain what is meant by incidental collection and why it's important to our national security?
Senator, a lot of times when foreigners are operating outside the United States and they are conducting their communications, they may reference someone in the United States. If they do in their communications, we have very, very specific ways that we minimize and be able to hide that type of data. So that is, again, the importance of us being able to, again, the national security piece and the protection of civil liberties and privacy.
Thank you. Director Ray, would you have anything to comment with regard to the need for 702?
So it is absolutely essential to our ability to protect Americans, to protect victims here from foreign threats. And that's the FBI's lens into it. And I would say, to pick up on a point that General Nakasone made, that we take very seriously our role as stewards of these important authorities. And we have, I know concerns have been raised about compliance, understandably so. And we have made extensive changes over the past few years to address the root causes and to fix compliance issues. We've stood up a whole new Office of Internal Audit that's focused specifically on FISA compliance. We've made massive changes to our database systems to prevent inadvertent 702 queries. We've enhanced training. We've implemented new oversight and pre-approvals, and all of the reports that this committee and the public have seen about some of those issues all predate those important reforms. And I look forward to being able to share the impact of those reforms, as well as our focus on our trying to make sure people are using the authority in a surgical and judicious way, which is why I'm very pleased to be able to share with the committee today publicly for the first time that we saw in 2022 a 93% year-over-year drop in U.S. person queries. 93% drop. And that's not an aberration. That's about an 85% drop if you compare it to 2020. So this is major impact. This is something we're going to treat as an ongoing effort, but it is part of our focus as stewards of these important authorities to make sure that we are protecting American civil liberties, but also using the tool in a way that is so valuable to protect Americans, in particular, increasingly these days, increasingly to protect American victims from malicious cyber actors. You know, I've talked before about how the Chinese have the largest hacking program in the world by far, bigger than every major nation combined, and they've stolen more of our personal and corporate data than every nation, big or small combined. You look at the Russians, we've talked before about their treating of cyber as an asymmetric weapon, and they've invested significant resources in that. You look at the Iranians and their efforts to conduct destructive attacks even in the United States. And all of these powers are trying to build pre-position capabilities in the event of a much more serious conflict. 702 is what enables the FBI to get to victims, to warn them, to take steps to mitigate those cyber threats. And there's a lot more that we could talk about in closed session, but it's an incredibly valuable tool to protect Americans, especially as you look out over the next 5 years in terms of the threats we're going to face with great powers, with cyber, and unfortunately, to picking up on some of the questions that were asked earlier from foreign terrorist organizations again.
Thank you. My time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Thank you for raising the issue. And I do think for a lot of our colleagues, we're going to need to have this kind of explanation. We're going to need the community to lean in on declassifying specific examples, particularly vis-a-vis China and Russia. And also, you know, a lot has changed since the Congress debated this issue back in, I believe, 2017, 2018, in terms of reforms. Senator Ossoff, you've been very patient. Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for your focus on technology as well. And in that vein, General Nakasone.
Could we check whether we are being listened into at this point, or maybe you want to switch microphones?
Mr. Chairman, we should probably get that looked at. Maybe General Nakasone can. But speaking of technology and General Nakasone, General, I have an offer I think you can't refuse. You have, of course, tremendous assets and personnel in Georgia, NSA Georgia, the Cyber Center for Excellence at Fort Gordon, just around the corner from Augusta University's Cyber Center as well, an academic resource there. And I would like to invite you to join me, and perhaps we can get some barbecue and pecan pie as well, to visit with your personnel at NSA Georgia and or at the Georgia Tech Research Institute, which based in Atlanta but with facilities across the country is conducting much of the advanced research consistent with the chairman's commitment to technology as a key frontier in our national security. So will you join me in Georgia, General?
I will, Senator.
Looking forward to that and appreciate the commitment. Speaking of Georgia, Director Haynes, the assessment warns, quote, Russia is particularly focused on improving its ability to target critical infrastructure, including underwater cables. And that, quote, the PLA Navy and Air Force already are the largest in the region, meaning the Indo-Pacific region, and continue to field advanced platforms that improve China's ability to try to establish air superiority and project power beyond the first island chain. The assessment doesn't make explicit mention of the submarine domain. But during the Navy's posture hearing last year before Vasas, the CNO testified that submarines are the highest demand capability in both Indo-PACOM and EUCOM. We have the Kings Bay submarine base in Georgia. I want to ask you first, do you share our military's assessment that the undersea domain is critical and one in which we presently enjoy unique advantages?
Yes, absolutely.
And so what I want to ask you to work with my office on is, if and as the Navy considers activities at Kings Bay and some of the emerging capabilities and technologies in the undersea domain and their potential presence or augmentation at Kings Bay, that you'll work with me to determine how the intelligence community can provide intelligence support to those efforts. Will you work with my office on that, Director?
Yes, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. Remaining focused on Georgia, we have the third busiest deep water port in the country, and Director Ray, as a Georgian, you know this. Ports are critical infrastructure, yes?
Absolutely.
And there are threats to our ports and threats that move through our ports. We've seen foreign intelligence services try to infiltrate, according to public reporting in the Wall Street Journal, for example, intelligence gathering equipment through U.S. ports. There's a risk of drug trafficking through U.S. ports, human trafficking through U.S. ports. Director Ray, I'd like to ask you to redouble a commitment you've made to me in the past to ensure that the FBI is fully focused on protecting the Port of Savannah and other seaports across the country.
We're very focused on port security. I haven't forgotten our previous conversations on the subject, both in Savannah, but also in places like Norfolk and other significant ports around the United States. And certainly a lot of the comments that occurred earlier about other technologies and the Chinese government's ability to advance their agenda at our expense apply in spades to ports and port technology and port services.
So speaking of ports and critical infrastructure, I'd like to hear from you on this, Director Ray, and then also from Director Haynes. Director Ray, what are the capabilities that you lack that require the DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis to undertake its own with respect to the protection of, for example, ports or other critical infrastructure? And Director Haynes, so you can contemplate it for a moment before I come to you. The question I'm going to ask you is why we require an independent intelligence office at the Department of Homeland Security and why the FBI can't do that work. Go ahead, Director.
Well, I think we work well and closely with that office at DHS. I don't know that I could point to a specific thing that we lack, but certainly more players on the field is a useful exercise.
Well, sometimes, unless there's duplication or overlap or inefficiency, right?
There is that. I will say that what we focus on the most, and it relates to the overall theme of technology here from a different way, is that we in the FBI and to some extent throughout the intelligence community have a big data problem, to use the cliche, of our own, right? Which is that in every investigation, every intelligence analysis, the amount of data that is available or that is being reviewed has exploded over the last few years. If you just look at a typical FBI case, we've, in one active shooter situation, for example, to pick something simple, we've had ones where we've had more data pour in than the entire Library of Congress in just one investigation. So the ability to have tools and people who can get through that data as quickly as possible to figure out the important leads, to marshal that data, whether that's AI, whether that's data analysts, all those sorts of things become incredibly important to this community's ability to marshal the data and to inform the people who need to be informed.
With the chairman's permission, could Director Haynes answer my question as well, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. There are a number of missions that DHS and FBI have in relation to domestic intelligence work that's being done across the nation, where they're really taking the lead. And, you know, when you look at, for example, cybersecurity issues related to critical infrastructure in the United States, you know, CISA within DHS obviously has an incredibly important role to play, as does the FBI in working with the private sector and with others on these contexts. And the advantage, I think, of having intel elements, for example, in both the FBI and at DHS is that they're able to work most closely under their, essentially with their agency and under those authorities to help to support effectively the mission that those agencies are taking. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Director. We'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're through the first round. I've checked with Senator Collins, Senator King. They're prepared to move to the classified section. Senator Rubio and I are. I think Senator Cotton and Senator Cornyn have one question each, and there's about 80 votes in on the second vote. I've not voted on the second vote, so we'll try to get through these next questions. We will then ask our witnesses to be able to exit the room first before the audience exits, and we will reconvene in our skiff here. Senator Cotton.
Thank you. I want to return to the issue I addressed at first, which is politicization of analysis and resources. And that can happen by altering conclusions to fit a party line, but can also happen, as I stressed, in priorities and focus and resources. So Director Haynes, I want to return again to page 33 of the threat assessment, where you write, transnational, racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists continue to pose the most lethal threat to U.S. persons and interests. I just found that astonishing. I compared it to fentanyl, and you said you mean that in the context of terrorism, correct? So you'll agree with me that fentanyl is a more lethal threat to Americans than racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists.
Yes, absolutely.
But in the context of terrorism, your conclusion is that racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists are a more lethal threat to Americans than ISIS or Al-Qaeda or Hezbollah?
Thank you. Yes, what we say in the piece, and it's under the category essentially, so of global terrorism, right? So it goes through the different areas of global terrorism, including transnationally, racially, and ethnically motivated violent extremism. The fact that it is the most lethal threat for with respect to U.S. persons is something that we actually stated, I think, over 2 years ago in another report as well that similarly laid out these different issues. And it simply is a question of how many people, how many U.S. persons are killed or wounded as a consequence of attacks.
Director Burns, do you agree that racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists are a more lethal threat to Americans than ISIS or Al-Qaeda?
Well, I agree with Senator, with what Director Haynes just said, that if you measure this in terms of, you know, American lives lost or people who were wounded, I think those statistics bear that out. I mean, we obviously take extremely seriously the threat posed by groups like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Hezbollah as well. That's our job as a foreign intelligence service as well.
I find this astonishing.
Senator Cornyn.
Just as the COVID exposed our vulnerability of our supply chains, I think the war in Ukraine has demonstrated the weakness of our industrial base when it comes to replenishing the weapons that we are supplying to the Ukrainians, which I'm all in favor of, and they're using them to good effect. But General Barrier, in World War II, we became the arsenal of democracy and saved Britain and Europe. But if we got involved in a shooting war in Asia, we would not be ready. And I just want to ask you from in terms of an intelligence assessment, how much should we be concerned about our inability to replenish the weapons that we're supplying to Ukraine and the degradation of our defense industrial base?
Senator, I do appreciate that question, but that's really a question, I think, for our policymakers and decision makers inside the Pentagon and the Department of Defense. Certainly, our readiness is crucial if we're tested by the People's Republic of China, and I'll leave it there.
Well, we're coming to the close of this open hearing. I want to make two final comments. One, I know Senator Cotton raised this on his first round of questions, and I raised it in my opening comment. You know, part of our job is the intelligence oversight of all of your agencies and the other roughly 13 additional agencies. We want, following on Senator Round's questions, to help make the case, many of us at least do, about 702. And we're going to push you to declassify more information so that we can, again, convince the American public and, for that matter, convince the 85 or 86 or 84 colleagues, 83 colleagues, we're up to 17 now, who are not on this committee. It's one of the reasons why it is so, just does not pass the smell test, the administration and the director's current view about giving this committee access to the classified documents that we have every right to see in terms of our oversight role involved in terms of the documents that were found at former President Trump, President Biden, and President Pence's. This trust relationship has to go two ways. And the absurdity of the position that somehow a special prosecutor prosecution about mishandling of documents is more important than making sure that critical top secret documents that if that we get a chance to review those and that mitigation efforts have been taken, that is not the kind of collaboration, cooperation that we expect. And it will tie and restrain our ability to kind of make the kind of trusting relationship with the non-members of this committee on issues like 702. So I want to be loud and clear on that. And I can assure you there's not a member on this committee, doesn't matter on which side of the dais they sit, that doesn't believe that. Last point I want to make, and then I'll turn it over to Senator Rubio, is that you know, we get to see you guys and we get to see many of you who are sitting behind you at these sessions and these hearings. We all want to make sure, though, that there are literally thousands of men and women, the vast majority of which who have to work in secret, in many cases can't even tell their loved ones what they're doing, that we have your back. We appreciate what you do. We are a safer nation and a stronger nation because of the work of the men and women of the IC. And we look forward to continuing to support you in any way we can. But we really do want to make sure that message is relayed to those not only back at headquarters, but in many cases, the men and women who are deployed all around the world. Senator Rubio?
To just echo the point the chairman just made, okay, on this issue of the documents. Let me just take a hypothetical. Well, let me start with this. Every agency of our government, right, they come here before Congress, have oversight committees, they have public hearings. Questions are asked. They have to answer them in public. People have to testify. The unique aspect of what your agencies do is, by necessity, it has to be in secret. Most of what you do has to be kept secret. That's the work of intelligence. So how do you conduct oversight over something like that? For a long time, there really wasn't any congressional oversight until the mid-1970s, when committees uncovered all kinds of situations involving the intelligence communities, actually almost destroyed the CIA. And the result is the creation of this committee and our counterpart in the House. And so basically, it comes down to a handful of members in the House and Senate who are entrusted with conducting oversight to ensure that not only is the intelligence agencies focused on the right things, but are doing it in a way that protects both civil liberties and our national security. Difficult balance. So now we come to, that's our role, and it's one we have to play very carefully, and one that's really important for the country, because we need what you do. But we also understand that left unsupervised, any agency at any time, especially ones with these extraordinary powers, can do things that are really troubling and end up actually threatening these agencies' ability to continue to work. Now, getting to these classified documents, I want to just this hypothetical. If tomorrow I take a folder full of classified information, or anybody does, outside the building inappropriately, okay, for whatever reason, there's going to be an investigation. And there are going to be two things that are going to happen, and they're two individual tracks. Track number one is I violated the law. I potentially committed a crime, has been committed because information that's classified was removed from its proper setting. And the result is that there's going to be an investigation, and it could involve the criminal justice system. In most cases, obviously, when it comes to former presidents, may require special counsel, but generally it's the U.S. attorney that's going to look at that and figure that part of it out. Okay. That's not our oversight, and that's not our job to interfere in that. Separate from that is the job the intelligence agencies have of assessing, okay, this is the information that was stored inappropriately. Here's the risks to the country if that information was seen by someone who shouldn't have seen it. And here's what we are doing to mitigate against that risk. How can we possibly conduct oversight over A, whether you've assigned the proper risk assessment, and B, over whether the mitigation is appropriate? How can we possibly do that if we don't know what we're talking about? And that's really the situation that we're at right now. And that is that even though undoubtedly the information that was found in all three sites and so forth are things that we would have had access to, unless we can identify them, we can't begin to A, opine over whether or not the risk assessment is accurate, and B, whether the mitigation that's been assigned is appropriate. We can't do our job. And a special counsel cannot have veto authority over Congress's ability to do its job. It just can't happen. It won't happen. And so it will change the nature of the relationship between this committee, which I think has been very cooperative. And I know we don't have a lot of competition in terms of cooperation, but very cooperative. And I'm very proud of the work this committee's done. And I don't want it to get to that, and it shouldn't get to that. But this is going to be addressed one way or the other.
Amen. And with the recognition that I run a risk that other members will come back with one last question. James, you're going to get the last bite, but then once you're done with that question, appreciate, and I think I can speak for all of the members. We would all echo what all the members on both sides of the dais would agree with what Senator Rubio and I have just said. Senator Langford, last
Chairman,
question.
I appreciate that. I know we're headed to closed session on just a couple of statements I want to be able to make in an open session format. One is I wanted to reiterate the whole issue of TikTok that's come up several times and just be able to make the comment. I think we'll all agree with this is not about TikTok. This is about any app, any electronics that are coming from China. That information goes back through China. So I don't want us to just zero in and just say this is just a TikTok thing. And if we can deal with TikTok, then it's solved. That's not true. There are other apps, there are other things that are coming out of China that are electronic that are doing the exact same thing, just in different areas. Just TikTok is kind of the big dog in this. It reminds me somewhat of our conversation several years ago on Kaspersky, when Kaspersky used to be the free virus software that you could get at Best Buy. What a great deal that you can get this free virus software that runs through Russia to be able to check your computer for viruses. We've all learned the lesson of that. I don't think we've learned the lesson on China. So I want to be able to reinforce that this is much bigger than just a TikTok issue, though they're the big dog. The second one is just the issue about what's happening on our southern border. There's some comments that are made in the public statement about this being a Western Hemisphere. Senator Corner and I were just at the border not long ago when we were in Yuma, Arizona. We looked through the listing there. At that particular week, as we were dealing with, there were more people from Uzbekistan that were coming across the border there than there were actually from El Salvador. When we were there, we actually walked up as the Border Patrol was arresting 2 Chinese nationals coming across, and we're fully aware we're dealing with more than 100 Russian nationals that are crossing our border every single month illegally. So my issue is here, this is a national security issue, as we've identified individuals crossing our southern border that the FBI has interdicted that are coming to assassinate former President Bush not long ago that came back out. So this is a bigger national security issue. And what I want to reiterate is this is not just an issue of push-pull factors in the Western Hemisphere. The openness of our border is also facilitating individuals that I would assume the FBI is not able to be able to keep tabs on, the Chinese nationals and Russian nationals and others that are coming into our country that are quote unquote seeking asylum, but we don't know where they are in the country. Is that true or false on that?
Yes, I certainly did not mean to suggest that the border is solely, related to the comment made about the Western Hemisphere in my opening remarks. I absolutely agree that there's national security issues with vetting folks who go across the border. We obviously participate in vetting in the intelligence community, and NCTC takes that role from my office and participates in trying to ensure that we can manage that.
Director Ray, are you able to keep tabs on these individuals when they're coming in? Has that been assigned to you?
we're not able to keep tabs on every single person who comes in. Certainly, we have all sorts of investigations into certain people who get in, and we try to work very hard on both sides of the border to support DHS's efforts and to some extent our neighbors south of the border from preventing them from coming in.
Thank you. Mr.
I
Chairman,
would-
thank you.
Thank you all again. Please take back our thanks to all the members. And I would again ask our audience, please, to allow our witnesses to leave first. And we will reconvene immediately after those of us who've not voted on the last vote. Thank you.